he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted world of sports, ahoy! He's nailed the intro 2 times in a row. DJ Shaq, ahoy there, mate. Mr. Peebles, ahoy, mate. Mr. Peebles must be excited. Round 1 for his Parramatta Eels. Might be a little bit nervous, though, because I have backed them. I think it's a little bit too early for Canterbury. I've been riding the Bulldogs' coattails for, 2 seasons now. I've been talking about the turnaround from the Bulldogs, and it just hasn't happened. I still think that they're missing really a genuine playmaking threat. No offense to Matt Burton, he needs a partner. Is Drew Hutchinson that guy? We will find out. I think they still need to sign a big number 7, a marquee number 7, and then they'll be right, because they've got guns all over the rest of the park, don't they? The Bulldogs, very good-looking side everywhere, but just weak in the halves. And Matt Burton's a centre, if you ask me. Quite honestly. Gone? Where would I be gone? Where would I get off to? So, UFC, before this game starts, just quickly, and something I have raised to my UFC stream co-host. But what is a good-looking UFC stream? So obviously we're going to have him, who is a UFC expert, bringing the knowledge. I'm going to bring the goofiness, because I don't know anything I'm talking about, but I enjoy watching it. We'll obviously do some betting, but I'm just wondering what else we can really do on a UFC stream. So I thought you might know, you might have some suggestions. What would you like to see from a Wasted Water Sports UFC stream? Mr. People says $20 multi Moses Hopgood anytime, Eels to win. Or into Pereira anytime, and Titans win, paying $73. See, I like what you do there, Mr. Peebles, and it's probably something, especially if I'm doing double headers more and more frequently this season, I probably should look at doing cross game multis. I do them sometimes off camera. I should do them on camera as well, because I do have Eels to win, Dragons to win. And I can tell you in a second what that's paying. Just a small wager, that one. A cheeky little 2-leg. So yeah, I mean, that 2 legs, it's only paying $3.42. It's just a little bit of fun. Basically, I use those smaller ones to cover these ones that I do on the stream, which are just outrageous in most cases. I don't know about this one being outrageous, though. We've got Will Penasini. Will Penasini is actually paying very good for first try scorer. That's something to keep an eye on. Will Penasini, first try scorer. Last time I looked, $13. So I've got Will Penasini, I've got Stephen Crichton, who will be looking to make a fantastic start for his new club. And he just knows his way to the try line, Stephen Crichton, doesn't he? No matter who he's playing for. The Blues, the Panthers, and now the Bulldogs. I think that Burton, with Crichton running off his shoulders, try time for Stephen Crichton. And look, the Fox hasn't scored as many tries since going to the Bulldogs. I feel like the service of Stephen Crichton, Burton to Crichton, out to Fox, could happen today. But I've also packaged him up with Viliami Kikau. I just think the attacking threats of the Bulldogs. I've tipped the Eels, by the way. I do think the Eels will win, especially at home. I think the Eels are justifiably favourites today, and they will win. So just to explain why I've picked so many Bulldogs in my same game try scorer multi, is because I think they're easier to pick. The threats for the Bulldogs are a little easier to narrow down, whereas the Eels, try scorer possibilities everywhere. Don't understand how to narrow it down. You've got Gutho, you've got Penasini, you've got Morgan Harper now, Mitchell Moses, Dylan Brown, two halves that can score tries, Campbell Gillard, forwards that can score tries. So I couldn't narrow them down. So I've gone with the obvious. I've gone with Penasini, and the others, well, hard to know. Big news coming out of Super Rugby. I can see that going off in the chat room. Big news out of Super Rugby. The Crusaders have gone to CAC. Yes, indeed, they have. Losing to Fiji Drua is 2 in a row now. Twice in a row now. The Crusaders went down to the Waratahs, and the Crusaders have now gone down in a massive upset to the Fijian Drua. And what to say about the Crusaders? Who'd have thought, in all honesty, that we knew Scott Robertson was a gun coach. He proved himself to be a gun coach. But who'd have thought that just the loss of Richie Mo'unga overseas, Scott Robertson moving on to the All Blacks gig, unbelievable. Incredible stuff, really. The Crusaders, how the mighty have fallen. I mean, it's going to be very tough for them now. Big upset there. Anything can happen in a fight. UFC, absolutely. Just one sweet connection, and it's all over. One stiff shot. We have a sellout, do we? We've got a sellout at what's the stadium? Bank West? Combank Stadium, Sydney. I knew it was something to do with a bank. It's always something to do with a bank. Speaking of tipping and predictions, oh boy. I went 2 for 2 over Vegas weekend, and I've not got a single thing right since then. I've gone for the upset today, though. I've gone for the upset, the Dragons to beat the Titans. You heard it here first. Maybe. I don't know. You might have heard it somewhere else as well. But that's my red hot tip. Dragons to defeat the Titans. DJ Shack says there's a lot of things, both in and out of their control, that has led to the Crusaders 0-3. 0-3? Who else did they... Oh, they lost to the Chiefies, didn't they? The Chiefs. That was a good game. Yes, well, of course, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, DJ Shack, I believe that the Crusaders signed Lee Halfpenny, did they not? As Richie Mo'unga's replacement in the number 10, and then he got injured before he even played a game. Here comes the home team, the Parramatta Eels, out onto the stadium. Do you remember a couple of seasons ago how completely against the Parramatta Eels I was? I'm amazed that so many Parramatta supporters stuck around on this channel. I mean, I was really into them a couple of years ago, wasn't I? But all is forgiven. I've got bigger teams to hate now. Or bigger hatred towards teams, I should say. Much bigger hatred towards teams now in season 2024. And all is forgiven for the Parramatta Eels. And I'm on them today. Well and truly. This is their game. All right, let's go. 3-leg multi. Let's go. Parramatta Eels in the tipping. Because Lord knows I need a win. A 2-0 start in Vegas, and then bugger all since. So this game's about to get underway. How many seconds behind am I? Whoa, geez, quite a few. 20 seconds behind to start. It is the Eels who have got us underway. And the Bulldogs with first use of the ball. Marnie playing against his old club, of course, Reed Marnie, let's not forget. That'll be a nice little dynamic. Preston with the hit up. Big shot from RCG. Were there any arms in that? They're appealing for a shoulder charge. It's not incoming and Burton will clear. It's high. It's into the sun. It's well taken. Was that Moses at the back? Well taken, looking up into the sun. The crowd are fired up. I always have the TV volume down a little lower when I'm doing my rolling commentaries, but geez, you can hear the crowd. I can hear the crowd still, even though it's down so low. They are amped up for this one, the first home game of the season, and they are ready to back their team into a return to finals football. Fifth and last, just over the Bulldogs side of halfway. Back to Moses for the high ball. Blake Taff takes it. Oh, he looked like a deer in headlights when he did it as well. And now they pick him up and drive him backwards. And he's lost the ball, Blake Taff. He's calling for a strip. But Blake Taff, you saw it in his eyes. He was a deer in headlights. Dan Jam, ahoy there, mate. He really looks shaky there, Blake Taff. I think Souths might be happy to see the back of him, to be honest. And it's a sad thing to have to say about a professional footy player, but he is really not looking comfortable. Scrum down. The Eels, a real shot here. Campbell Gillard backs into the defence. They're 5 metres out. What an early strike this could be. Remember, I said Penasini, first try scorer, and I've got him anytime try. Flat pass across the face of the post, and it goes to Sean Lane, and Sean Lane's held up. He got close. It's gone up as no try. He knows he hasn't scored it. They'll retain possession here, though, the Eels. And they are looking slick to start this game. Sean Lane here knows he hasn't scored it. Honestly, if the player knows he hasn't scored it, we should just play on. It's very obvious from his body language that he knows he hasn't got it. Oh, he's lost the ball, Sean Lane. Well, this is why we're still looking at it, because they weren't convinced that Sean Lane held onto the ball. And this is going to be the Bulldogs' ball, yes? No. Well, what the hell was that all about then? Sean Lane, okay, let me see if I heard the TMO correctly as the Eels continue to attack. Offloads to Gutherson. Let me see if I understood that correctly. He said, right, Sean Lane failed to ground the ball and failed to maintain possession of the ball. The kick goes towards the post, nearly gets a deflection, and the Bulldogs have to tap it dead. As I said, I've got the TV down pretty low. I could have just misheard. But if the TMO said Sean Lane failed to ground the ball and failed to maintain possession of the ball, would that not be a knock-on and Bulldogs possession? But as I said, that's possibly not exactly what we said. Goal line dropout here for Matt Burton. He'll go short. 12 metres, 15 metres, up they go. They strip the ball, and it's knocked on by Parramatta. And now the Bulldogs are fired up. Gutherson to challenge. This is a fiery start to this contest. Both teams. Really a lot of emotion. This could be a strip here from Karaz. Looks like Karaz has got the ball. Karaz has dropped it there into the face of Parramatta, and this is a successful challenge. This is a good challenge. And this is going to be Parramatta ball. It's worked out for them in the end. Lost forward by Karaz from the Bulldogs. Into the face of Penasini. Chance for another set-piece play here, the Eels. Scrum down, 100% territory. Well, that's because the Bulldogs haven't really had the ball. Gutherson, off the back of the scrum, tries to sneak through. They're wise to that. Wise to those shenanigans, the Bulldogs. Madison. To the left they go. Dylan Brown takes on the line, is crunched and driven backwards. Caught in a little chokehold, a little UFC maneuver. Getting in early, getting us ready for tomorrow. Fourth there, from dummy half goes Lussick. He goes close, but they hold him back. Fifth and last now, Eels. Brown puts the crossfield chip in. Not deep enough. And it's tapped back and Burton loses it. Burton loses it forward. That'll be 6 again, surely. Yes, Blake Taft's made a mess of it. If nobody else has done so already, Blake Taft's made a complete mess of it. It was a nothing kick from Brown. It's knocked backwards there from the Eels. Burton got hands on it. And Blake Taft's come through. Blake Taft wasn't even trying to scoop that ball up by the looks of it. He was trying to slap it forward. He looks like he's concerned. If I'm Cameron Ciraldo, I'm keeping an eye on Blake Taft at the back there. Another scrum down for the Eels. 10 out. They feed it on this time, and Moses into contact. Slow play the ball. 6 again. Set restart. For what it's worth. On tackle 1. Off for Hengawe. Now it goes 10 out. They stay on this short side. Brown a little goose step. Lane gets close again, but not close enough this time. The Dogs' defense holding firm. That must. A bobble from Brown. He holds on. Gets the ball out. Nobody to offload to. Hopgood was looking for the offload. Nobody there. Moses. Up around the face in the tackle there is Stephen Crichton on Bryce Cartwright. Crash ball for RCG. They're a metre short here. Tackle 5. Crowding the play the ball area. They go on the short side. A double pump and a kick through and kick out. Dives on it. And the Dogs survive somehow. Bryce Cartwright, probably not the kicking option that the Eels wanted there on tackle 5. And now Milky McGee here trying to get a penalty. Maybe. He's holding his shoulder, so maybe he has legitimately hurt himself here. Josh Adokar. Oh, just flush, shoulder on shoulder contact. And he probably has legitimately hurt himself there. Josh Adokar, he went straight down. Just a little bit of a stinger. He'll be right. On report. On report. For a shoulder charge, I'm assuming. No, that can't be for a shoulder charge. But it wasn't high contact. I don't understand what that was for. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy there, mate. The penalty is for high contact. There we go. It's been made official. Wow. The camera angle from behind, it looked like it was just straight shoulder-on-shoulder contact, and the Fox just dropped. Foxy just dropped immediately. So you thought it was just a little bit of a stinger in the shoulder. But no, the penalty's been deemed high contact. What a let-off there for the Bulldogs. I'm not so sure about that. They are yet to travel into Parramatta territory. 9 minutes gone into this contest, and this is their first tackle on the Eels side of halfway. Incredible. Such has been the domination of possession and territory for the Eels. Fifth and last, Burton, 40 out from the line, puts it high. This is a good kick. Pressure at the back. Gutherson does well, and he drops in the tackle immediately. The Bulldogs now putting in some big hits. Now that they're down here, they need to try and keep the Eels down this end of the field. They've had to do so much defending. I can't get used to Morgan Harper in anything but a Sea Eagles jersey. This is incredible to see. Titans Dragons coming up next, of course, doubleheader. Super Saturday. Moses from inside the 40, not looking for a 40-20. He just puts it high, straight down to Taff. Taff always looks like a deer in headlights. He looks like a very panicked player, Blake Taff, and he gets a wedgie for his troubles. That's not going to help his day out any. Carraz doing the hard yards, giving the forwards a little bit of a rest. Here the Bulldogs. As I said, they've had to do a lot of defending, so they'll be very grateful for a little bit of time off. They've held on, though, and this game just goes into a little bit more of a standoff in midfield. More what you would expect from the opening stanzas of a big contest. Fifth and last, they get to the 40 again. Burton goes high. Pressure again on Gutherson. He does well again, Gutherson, and he breaks away. Gutherson. And a penalty to boot. Oh, just time off. Time off for HIA, not a penalty. Oh, he's gushing out blood from the corner of the eye. Who's that? One of the Eels players completely busted open. He's given the thumbs up. He's all right. That's just a little blood. This is rugby league, mate. She's all good. Gutherson doing extremely well under those high balls, and now a good run from Sean Russell. And back up over halfway go the Eels. Keeping the ball alive. Lussick is caught. Tackle 5 on halfway. Moses on the dart, creates some space, and Penasini goes through. Support inside from Gutherson. Great cover defense from Reid Marnie and Josh Adokar, but look out to the left. They've got numbers to burn here. Moses kicks through. Not really a good kick. It's going to get a result. It'll get a goal line dropout, but I think the kick needed to go out wider. Taff was ranging across in cover. The cover defense there from Reid Marnie and the Bulldogs. Good. Wow. That's the first line break. The first pure line break of the match. And it was Mitch Moses setting up Will Penasini. The Dogs are under the pump again. Burton says enough of this. It's deep. No more short restarts. Regan, Campbell, Gillard. Regan, two dads. Hammers into the defensive line. Offa Hengawe now with a fresh new bandage across his head. Out to the right-hand side they go. The Eels looking threatening. Now they bring it back left. Brown puts the little grubber kick in. It sits up. And does he get it down? Morgan Harper. It's going to go up as a try. They went right. They came back left. It opened up. A grubber kick through, and Morgan Harper, there'll be millimetres in it if he's got it down in time. And this is what I was talking about. Parramatta, it's a lot harder to narrow down who's going to score tries for them. It could be absolutely anybody. The ball popped up perfectly from the Brown kick. Does Harper get it down? Oh, he's lost it, has he? He's dropped it. He's dropped it. Morgan Harper is going to be the most hated man in Parramatta right now. There'll be calls for him to go back to the Sea Eagles. He's dropped it. Try confirmed. Oh, they've got away with it. The Eels get away with it. Watching it in real time, you would not even notice the little bobble out of the hands. So I'm more than happy for that to be awarded. He dropped it, Mr. Peebles. It was very, very slight. And as I said, in real time, not noticeable at all. Slow motion. Sometimes we look too much into slow motion. There was just a little separation there. I'm happy for that to be awarded, though. In real time, it was a clear try. Moses to convert. Straight down the middle, Mitch Moses puts his first kick over. 6 points to 0. The Eels finally get some reward for all that pressure. What a frantic start to this game it's been, though. Big start for the Eels in front of their home fans. 65% possession. And it finally pays off for them. Bulldogs get us back underway. Regan Toodads putting in the hard yards. Driven backwards in the tackle. Sean Lane backs into the defence this time. Quality start here for the Eels. They've looked really good, Parramatta. What's their completion rate? I'd like to see the completion rate pop up on the screen. They must be travelling at close to 100%. Shark boy, ahoy there, mate. How good were the Sharkies? Well, they weren't that good for the first 35 minutes. But what a fantastic win for the Sharks last night. First up, Moses with the high ball from halfway. Blake Taff again. Bug-eyed at the back. He holds onto it this time and runs back towards midfield. Is taken down on tackle one. Not a lot of meters made. Josh Curran getting ready to come onto the field as the Bulldogs earn a penalty. And here comes Josh Curran came over from the Warriors, yeah? If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Peebles says completion rate, Eels 100%. Yeah, I thought so. I thought it would be pretty high. I mean, they've looked good. And now driving the Bulldogs backwards in defence. Dylan Brown's got a little cut. And here is Curran. Curran from the Warriors, his first hit up. Slow play the ball. They stay on that far side here, the Bulldogs. Burton dummies, cuts back inside. He's caught high there from Moses, I think it is. They get away with that one too, the Eels. Marnie runs it to the line. Out the back it goes. And Jamin Salmon didn't recognise him. Jamin Salmon, he's the one that Ricky Stewart called a dog or something, isn't he? And now he is a dog, officially. Hutchinson to the line. Out the back to Taff. And stepping back in field, Carraz. It was the fifth and last. The ball spills forward. And the Eels dive on it. A weak gutted dog or something, yeah. A weak gutted dirty dog, something like that. And now he is a Bulldog. Maybe Ricky Stewart knew something we didn't. A little bit of time off here. Dylan Brown, is he getting the super glue? Is he getting the staples? But yes, 100% completion rate for the Eels. And that was the story of their last season, wasn't it, Mr. Peebles? That was the frustrating thing for Eels supporters, the errors. The simple errors. Oh, and Lane all over the play the ball area. The Bulldogs giving away a penalty as Max King. You've got to roll out of there. You can't just sprawl there, spread-eagled. If anything happens, a penalty is going to be awarded to the attacking team in that scenario. Moses puts it into touch, back inside Bulldogs territory. Oh, Moses is having a feel of his groin there. He's either hurt himself or he just can't control himself. He's really impressed with what he's seen so far, or he's hurt himself. Tackle 3 here, the Eels. They're on the attack again. 20 out from the line. Tackle 4. Midfield. They come to this near side. Brown out the back to Gutherson, who's in the line. And there's Morgan Harper. He wants another one. 5th and last. The Eels. 5 out. Back to Brown for the crossfield kick. The Eels fly through. It's lost forward by the Bulldogs, I would have thought. It's gone forward, I would have thought, from Crichton to Kickow. The old Panthers connection. But either way, it's a result again for the Eels. They are just putting the Bulldogs under the pump here. Another goal line dropout. Yeah, oh, Moses has broken his Penasini. Short dropout this time from Burton. The Bulldogs are up. Hutchinson's knocked it on, has he? No, he's regathered. He's regathered well there, Drew Hutchinson. The tap back from Carraz. And it's worked out at last for the Bulldogs. 20 minutes through this game, it has been all Parramatta. I don't know that they'll be too happy with only a 6-point lead. Crichton's copped one high, and that should be a penalty and is. Stephen Crichton copped a double high shot there. Oh, and they've had a kiss. The Eels players have had a cheeky little kiss. That's not going to help Moses' Blue Balls. Keep an eye on that, though. Mitch Moses would be a huge, huge loss for the Eels this early in the season for any length of time. Sione Fave. I hope I said that correctly. I probably didn't. Thanks for the live stream, bro. Tapping in from New Zealand. Well, welcome along there, Sione, as the Bulldogs cough the ball up on tackle 1. Viliami Kickow spills it forward, and the Eels have it back again. The Bulldogs just cannot get it together. This is, and a penalty to boot. Jamin Salmon gives away the penalty. And it goes from bad to worse here for the Bulldogs. This is incredible. The Bulldogs, they've bought all these players. They have got such a quality team on paper that they just cannot put it together. For 3 seasons now, they just cannot get their act together. It's only round 1, but I'm just basing it off what we've seen previous couple of seasons as well. On the short side go the Eels. The defence holds firm. Just 100% completion rate still for Parramatta. I've probably just put the mockers on them now. But they are travelling really nicely. Moses out the back to Gutherson. It goes. Just holds onto the ball. He did his best to drop it. But even when they're trying, they can't drop the ball. Lussick from dummy half spots half a gap. It shuts down quickly, but they're 10 out now, the Eels. To the near side they go. Brown out the back to Moses. Looks for the cutout pass, and Simonson would have been in the corner. But Reed Marnie... No, it wasn't Reed Marnie. It was somebody else in headgear. Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson just gets an arm out and knocks that ball down. It will be 6 more tackles. Simonson was in the corner, untouched. Try-saving effort there from Blake Wilson. Oh, wow. I'm still trying to process the Fijian Drua defeating the Crusaders. Fiji defeated the Crusaders. I'm still trying to process that in my mind. Scrum down for the Eels. Was that a little knock on? No. Penasini regathers the ball. 20 metres out now. Paulo's on. Junior. Big Junior P. 10 out from the line again. Brown. Inside pass for Campbell Gillard. Switching direction back towards the posts. Big defence in midfield. They have picked up Hopgood and driven him backwards, but still on the attack now, the Eels. Regan Two Dads backs into the defence. He loves to back into the defence there, Regan. 5th and last, they stay on the short side. Gutherson gets tangled up, has to surrender. They just got in each other's way there. Poor 5th tackle option. Gutherson just got tangled up with one of his players there, had to surrender or give away an obstruction penalty. I believe UFC that Richie Mo'unga has gone to Japan, or he's gone to one of the overseas competitions. He's taken a sabbatical from New Zealand rugby. And they brought Fua Mickey. Ahoy there. Welcome along to the wasted world of sports. Josh Adokar is still favouring that shoulder as Reed Marnie kicks early on tackle 4, and it pops up nicely for Gutherson, who returns it almost to the halfway line. But Josh Adokar looks cooked. He had that shoulder contact, what was it, about 15 minutes ago maybe, 10 or 15 minutes ago, that shoulder contact. And it seems to have gotten worse there for the Fox. The Crusaders have also, of course, lost their master coach. Scott Razor Robinson is the new coach of the All Blacks, and I cannot wait to see the All Blacks unleashed under Razor. That's going to be a sight to behold. Yes, but the Crusaders, they brought in Lee Halfpenny to replace Richie Mo'unga, and then Lee Halfpenny got busted before the season even started. 6 more for the Eels. Ahoy there, Vopsy. This game is all Parramatta. They are going to need a little bit more than 6 points, though, you imagine. Somehow the Bulldogs just keep holding on. 10 metres out from the line, another full set of 6 incoming. They must ban a penalty right out in front. Take the 2. 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 Knee crumbler, ahoy. The knee crumbler says the Crusaders like to have the blankie a lot at night. I will say, though, like, I'm a Crusaders supporter. So it's obviously been a very tough start to the Super Rugby season for me. But it is good for the competition to see. It'll be good to see some new teams up the top. Let's put it that way. Wasted World of Sports Take the 2 t-shirts available from pop-till-you-drop.com.au, the official merchandise home of the Wasted World of Sports. Ivan Storm, ahoy mate. How bloody good were the Storm last night, huh? I have never seen such a defensive effort since the World Club Challenge the other week by Wigan against the Panthers. From right in front, a gift 2 points has been accepted by the Parramatta Eels, and they stretch their lead out now to 8 points. Mitch Moses has taken some happy pills. That's going to help out his little ball issue. $8 points to 0. Hey, what are the odds that the game finishes at 8 points to 0? Imagine that if we had 2 matches in a row go 8-0. What would be the odds? What's happened to my scoreboard? There we go. That's better. I know it won't, Mr. Peebles, but how funny would it be? Still completing at 100% here, the Eels. This is remarkable. I mean, I'm not even saying this to throw shade, but when was the last time the Eels completed at 100%? It was probably their grand final year, right? This has been a remarkable start for them. And now they're playing some expansive hot potato stuff. Not a lot of distance made on this set of 6, though. And they win a penalty on tackle 5. Late in the tackle count, and the Bulldogs go and give away a stupid penalty for a leg pull. They're cracking down on that this year, the referees. And that is just a stupid penalty to be given away so late in the tackle count. I mean, my goodness. Vobsy had a feeling the Storm were going to win, but my dumbass put Storm minus 4.5 and Warriors minus 3.5 in a multi. You can never write the Storm off in round 1, can you? They've got that record for a reason. And the Panthers are always slow starters. I mean, remember last season, the Panthers lost the World Club Challenge and then lost round 1 to the Broncos. So who knows? Maybe we have a Storm Panthers grand final with the Panthers getting the win. Saga Iaho. Oh, straight through now. Go the Eels, and Gutherson is millimetres away from the try line. Out of nowhere. Gutherson's nearly scored. I'm talking to the chat room, and things are happening on the field. 5th and last now. Parramatta, they're 10 out. They go to the far side. Moses out the back to Penasini. Penasini's caught, and he's dumped, and that'll be the handover. And it's firing up out there. The players getting in each other's faces. Bring back the Biff, I say. Bring it back. Another poor 5th tackle option for the Eels and the Bulldogs. Hold on. Roosters Eels grand final, says Mr. Peebles. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. If the Eels can play like this week in, week out, they're only going to get better at finishing. There's going to be plenty of points in the Eels this season. And the Roosters, well, I've said since preseason, the Roosters in the grand final this year. But yes, ahoy there, Saga Iaho from Hawaii. Very nice. We don't get very many viewers from Hawaii. So that's pretty cool. Welcome along there, mate, to the Wasted World of Sports. Nice to have you along. High ball here from Burton. Gutherson takes it well. Not a lot of pressure on the kick chase, but you've still got to catch them. J. Joe, ahoy there, mate. Or aloha, Ivan Storm. We've heard Hawaii, and now the alohas are coming out. I love it. Adokar's busted. Yep, Josh Adokar, he's got a hurt shoulder. Mitchell Moses has got a hurt nutsack. It's all happening out there. Keeping the ball alive, the Eels to Junior Paulo. He's caught high. He gets an offload away. This is incredible stuff from the Eels. Another offload puts Gutherson into half a gap. It's the fifth and last now. Parramatta. They're playing sevens at the moment. They stay on the short side. Brown puts it up. It's not a good kick. It's an even worse chase. And they're offside to boot. They're all in front of the kicker. And Blake Taff... Oh, it's a push. There's a push in the back. Blake, ahoy, mate. How are you doing? We've got 8 minutes to go till the halftime break, and the Bulldogs, they just haven't been allowed to fire a shot. 50 tackles inside the opposition half for Parramatta. 50 tackles inside the opposition half. 10 to the Bulldogs. Only 3 of those 10 have the Bulldogs ventured inside the Eels' 20-metre line. Insanity. Such has been the domination of possession and territory here. Through the hands now, the Bulldogs go. Addo Carr has to step back in field. He's gone behind Crichton and has to surrender. And they just can't string it together here, the Bulldogs. And Addo Carr is still favouring that shoulder. As he got to his feet, he swung himself to his feet like a turtle stuck on its back. He wouldn't put his hand down and use... He's done, Josh Addo Carr. Now Taff is up in the line and puts Blake Wilson down the sideline. Has to put the kick back in field. And who is there but Dylan Brown to wrap it up? No way. I don't think Josh Addo Carr can come back in the second half. He is really... He's playing with one arm. Six and a half minutes to go. Who have the Bulldogs got? They've got Kurt Manns on the interchange. Curtis Morin. Connor Tracy's in the reserves. Well, this will be interesting to see. Connor Tracy is the replacement, the number 22. Josh Addo Carr was injured in a tackle that was penalised. Will that be able to activate... Because you can activate the replacement on foul play. Will that be deemed a foul play replacement eligible because Josh Addo Carr got hurt in a tackle that was penalised? That's going to be very interesting to see. Connor Tracy might come onto the field. Players are falling over everywhere. Yeah, Josh Addo Carr has put his hand up. He is done. Josh Addo Carr behind the camera on the far side has raised his hand to the sidelines. He wants off. But now they go to Josh Addo Carr's side. He catches the ball and he's driven over the sideline. Because he is done. He struggled to even catch the ball there, the Fox. And he's even worse now. He's hurt himself even worse. He can't get up. Josh Addo Carr, you hate to see this. You hate to see this from any player. He did extremely well with one arm to hold that ball in the first place. But then he got hit flush from Sean Russell. Flush on that injured shoulder. And that will be it for Josh Addo Carr. He's not even going to make it to halftime. The poor guy. Samson William, ahoy there. You hate to see it. He's standing up on his own 2 feet here, Fox, and he's going back into position. Though, surely he comes off. He's walking back to position. Oh, stand and applaud. I mean, the determination and the commitment, but geez, you've got to think of the team at some point, don't you? He's not 100%. I mean, he barely caught that ball out on the wing. And he got driven straight over the sideline. I admire the courage. I admire the commitment. But at some point, you've got to put the team first and say, I'm done. Sione for Ave says, damn, all my multiplayers are injured. As the Eels get 6 again. And they can get themselves into attacking range here before halftime. They should attack down. Why are they not attacking down Josh Addo Carr's wing? Make him make a tackle. It's on here for the Eels. If they go short side, no. They go back in field to Paulo, who beats two. Paulo gets the offload away. Cartwright gets the arms free and offloads again to Lussick. These offloads are destroying the Bulldogs. Another offload back to Gutherson. Steps one, runs back towards midfield. And he settles things down in front of the post, 10 metres out. I still can't believe they're not attacking Josh Adokar's wing as Paulo on the crash ball. Junior Paulo's centimetres short from the line. That was a big charge. And a crash ball straight through goes Bryce Cartwright. Oh, I nearly had him in my multi. And this is what I was talking about. For Parramatta, it was so hard to select players in the multi for the Eels because they've got try-scoring threats everywhere. The Bulldogs, I felt, were a little easier to pick where their try-scoring opportunities were going to be. But the Eels have literally got them all over the park. And it's been proven. Morgan Harper in the centres, and now Bryce Cartwright, the second rower. And now the Eels have a scoreline a little bit more reflective of the domination that they've shown. Hands on hips from the Bulldogs. A very, very full-on looking Bulldogs supporter in the crowd there in the background. He is not a happy chappy. 12 points to nil. It's about to be 14-0. What a big, big first half this has been from the Eels. In all honesty, just their performance. I mean, please tell me they're not still traveling at 100% completion rate. Mitchell Moses in the back getting some more strapping. Gutherson from right in front. Makes no mistake. And the Eels lead 14-0. Such a dominant performance. Let's just hope that they don't fall asleep at halftime. Mr. Peebles says Manly versus Eels grand final. And Morgan Harper to score the match-winning try. Imagine that. Morgan Harper scores in the 79th minute to steal the grand final away from his former club. Imagine that. 2 minutes to go until the halftime break. It's been all Parramatta leading 14 points to nil. Vopsy says Manly versus Titans grand final. Matt Lodge scores the only try of the game. Titans are my smoky for the wooden spoon, Vopsy. So I can't get behind that one. 67% possession in favour of the Eels. A measly 33% possession for the entire half for the Bulldogs. They've just got to get their hands on the ball. That will be the halftime speech, I'm sure, as Moses takes it to the line. Fifth and last for the Eels. Brown, charge down. Where does this ball go? It's scooped up by the Bulldogs. And they will have one. Oh, it's called a knock-on. It's called a knock-on against the Bulldogs. They just can't win a trick at the moment, the Doggies. I don't think you worry about challenging with a minute to go till half-time, but it looked like he scooped it up cleanly. It was charged down by Stephen Crichton, and it was well scooped up, I thought, by Samuel Hughes. Jeez, I don't know if there was a knock on there, but I don't think you don't potentially blow your challenge with a minute to go till halftime. Sione says Eels too slippery for the Doggies first half. Too slippery and just too good. 100% completion rate for the Eels as Brown spots half a gap and nearly goes through down the short side. inside the last minute. They want more points here, the Eels. Cartwright tries to back his way through. They'll get through this set. Brown to Sean Lane. They're 20 out now, the Eels. 11 offloads to 0. They're just dominating the Bulldogs everywhere. Cartwright across to Moses. Gutherson around the back. Puts the kick in. Turns the Fox around. Blake Taft's back there and surrenders with the ball. A metre out from their own line here, the Bulldogs. They just want to get to the half-time sheds. Crichton from dummy half. And this will be the last play of the half. Bulldogs don't even want to play it. The siren sounds. And that is half-time, a dominant first-half display from the Parramatta Eels. And when I say dominant, I mean dominant. It has been a faultless display. They have not made... The Parramatta Eels have not made a single mistake. Not one. Mel, ahoy there. Eels looking good. They are indeed. They're looking very good. Oh, the Eels dropped to... They dropped. The Eels dropped to a 92% completion rate. I must have missed that. They've completed 23 from 25 sets, though. Bonds, ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. 66% possession. Let's go through these stats. Let's run through these stats. 66% possession in favour of the Eels. Time in possession. 15 minutes, 29 seconds. To the Bulldogs, 8 minutes, 27. 8 minutes, 27. I don't know if that's updated. 92% completion rate for the Eels. 60% for the Bulldogs. Chickens, ahoy there. Welcome along to the Wasted World of Sports, where the Eels are absolutely dominating every facet of the game here against the Bulldogs. 137 runs to 59. 910 run meters to 453. 358 post-contact meters to 165. Heel fries, ahoy! Currently at the game. Oh, you must be loving it, mate. Must be loving it. The Eels dominating. 3 line breaks to 1. 14 tackle breaks to 7. Average set distance, 36.4 meters to the Bulldogs, 28.3. 14 offloads to 0. $304 kicking meters to 184, but that's because the Bulldogs aren't even getting to the end of set to get kicks away. That goes back to completion rate, of course, at 62%. 88% effective tackles from the Bulldogs. 94.4 for the Eels. 14 missed tackles. Bulldogs, 7 for the Eels. 9 errors for the Bulldogs. 2 errors to the Eels. Just domination in every facet, every feasible statistic. The Eels are well and truly ahead. Matthew Williams, ahoy. You went for a multi for Eels and Dragons to win. Me too. Me too. I honestly think the Dragons pull off an ambush here against the Titans. That game coming up next here on the Wasted World of Sports. The Titans have got a couple of very, very key outs. Jaden Campbell and Fafita. And I think the Dragons are going to do better than most people are expecting this season. And Shane Flanagan's a hell of a coach. I'm a Sharks supporter, so obviously Shane Flanagan is like the greatest coach ever. He's the only coach that's ever won us a premiership. So he'll have them ready. He'll have the Dragons ready to go. This will not be the same Dragons team that we've seen year in, year out for the past few seasons. They'll be ready to go, and I think they'll beat teams like the Titans on the regular this season. And if only they could play the Titans more than twice. If only they could play the Titans like 20 times, they might actually make the finals. Vopsy says Sam Verrills carries the Titans to the top 8. In Rugby League Live 4, maybe. But not in real life. Yeah, but what's Desi ever done? Apart from break locker room doors. There's Kalen Ponga, the real Slim Shady. Shout out to Nikita. Nikita from Otara. Happy Dirty 30. Oh, the Dirty 30s. Cheers. And happy birthday, Nikita. I'll drink to that. Oh, to be 30 again. What would I do differently? I'd probably start this a lot sooner. I've only been doing this now for, what, 2 years? This is the 3rd year. We're into the 3rd season now. Yes, I would have started this a lot sooner, because it's a lot of fun. Lucas uploads, as a Dogs fan, I am disappointed. And I can imagine, Lucas, because the Bulldogs should not be this crap. They shouldn't be. Look at that team on paper. That's a good team. I don't know what's wrong with the Bulldogs. I really don't. I don't know what's going wrong there. Apart from what I talked about at the top of the stream, they are and have been lacking a true number 7. If they can get a marquee halfback to unleash that backline. But just look on paper at that backline. Matt Burton, Josh Adokar, Stephen Crichton, Jacob Carraz, Blake Wilson, and Blake Taff should not be... yeah, I don't understand. Muppet says they are sandbagging. Maybe they are. Although, I don't understand why they would be sandbagging for 3 years now. I wonder what they're sandbagging for. Wasted days and wasted nights, ahoy! Seems nothing much will change this year for many of the bottom sides. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I reckon, Dragons. I was just talking about the Dragons. I think it changes for them. Mel, you're 53 today. Oh, okay. Who else is having a birthday? Happy birthday, Mel. Now, Mel is obviously a very common name. I just want to make sure I've got the same person. This is Mel from last season, right? Mel, Warriors supporter, last season. Steph, Stay Funny Steph, friend as well. That connection there. Yes. Well, welcome back. Nice to have you back for a new season. I was thinking Steph, Stay Funny Steph today because she's an Eels supporter, right? If memory serves me correctly. I thought she might have been here for this one. Clayton Ivers says Bulldogs have been stacking the team with gun players but lacking with heart. I think that's a fair statement, Clayton. Very fair statement. They've got a great team on paper. They just can't seem to gel together. Chickens, I tipped the Eels. But in all honesty, I tipped the Eels in a close one because I thought the Bulldogs would be a lot better. A lot better. I really did. Muppet asks if I think they play as a team or independent. It's hard to know. Well, it's hard to say at the moment because they just haven't been able to put anything together. Every time they've had the ball, they've dropped it. Well, not every time, obviously, but I think we see a different Bulldogs in the second half. in all honesty. They can't be that bad again. They're too good a team on paper with too many good players to play that bad. And Parramatta might just regret not getting more than 14 points, because you've got to think, with the sheer amount of territory and possession that they had, 14 points might not be enough if the Bulldogs get it together in the second half. We could be in for a blockbuster second half. We can only hope anyway, because you don't want to see games like this. You don't want to see games that are just so lopsided. You want to see a contest. Oh, there's where Mitch Moses hurt his balls. Kent C. Straight. Doggies come back in the second half. Well, fingers crossed. Clayton Ivers says, I'm having a Carlton dry, enjoying the podcast. Good stuff. Cheers, Clayton. Speaking of which, I need another. I need a top up. All right. 5 seconds. Well, more than 5 seconds. How long will it take me to go to the fridge and come back? However long it takes me to go to the fridge and come back, that's how long I'll be. I'll be right back. Need a top up. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
There we go. See, I told you that'd be quick. Connor Crowley, ahoy mate. Is this the last match? No, we have got coming up right after this one. Gold Coast Titans, St. George Dragons. Doubleheader on the Wasted World of Sports. Titans Dragons coming up after this one. Not the greatest looking game on paper, Titans Dragons, is it? But sometimes those have proven to be the best games, quality-wise. Well, maybe not quality-wise, but excitement-wise. The best games, excitement-wise, are possibly the tackiest-looking ones on paper. Half-time here, 14 points to nil. It's been utter domination so far by Heel Fries and Mr. Peebles, Parramatta Eels. Can they keep it up, Heel Fries? I think they probably can. They've looked good. I don't think they're going to do a Warriors. You know, the Warriors were great for one half and then went to sleep in the second half. I can't imagine that the Eels drop off in the second half. But I do think, in all honesty, I do believe that the Bulldogs, I have to believe that the Bulldogs will be better in the second half than they have been thus far. I have to believe it, because we want to see a good game. I've tipped the Eels, so I want the Eels to win, but let's have a contest out of it, yeah? Wasted World of Sports, halftime here, 14 points to nil. What will the second half bring? Heel Fries says 36 points to 6. Can they get 12 or 10? Can we have 10 points for the Bulldogs, please? Heel Fries? Just so that Stephen Crichton and Viliami Kikau can score a try. Clayton Ivers says Hasler versus Flanagan. Both good coaches. Word on the street, Titans will win this game. I don't think the Titans win without Fafita and Campbell. Fafita and Campbell, two big outs. I think the Dragons pull off an ambush. I really do. Magical comeback. We can only hope. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for a performance. in the second half. We want to see a comeback. We want to see a contest. Vopsy says Brad Arthur is going to send the players back out with pillows. Well, one thing to keep an eye on, I would say, when the Eels went up 8 points to 0, that was a little bit alarming to me. That was a little bit alarming. Their set of 6 after they went 8 points to 0 up. Just the lack of urgency that was suddenly in their game, the lack of commitment would have to be alarming. And I'd say that Brad Arthur has had words to them in the sheds about not letting the scoreboard dictate their level of enthusiasm and commitment. As the Bulldogs get us underway, the second half has begun. Parramatta will get first use of the footy, and the Bulldogs, they just need to go back to basics. Do the simple things right. Look at what Canberra did the other night. Just simple play. Complete your sets, get a kick away. And they've not done that at all so far, the Bulldogs. What can the Eels bring in the second half? Can they keep up the standards that they set in the first stanza? Fifth and last on halfway. Brown puts the kick in behind. Taken on the fall from Taff, though, and the Bulldogs return it. Taff is dumped, driven backwards. Now Kickow looks a little bit slow to get back into the line. He's staying well out of the way of play at the moment, Kickow. Don't tell me he's hurt. Now, has the Fox stayed on the field or come off? You would have to think surely he's come off the field. Let's have a look. Let me update my live team sheet over here. And we'll see if Fox is on, according to this. Surely he's come off, though. I think this just hasn't uploaded. I think this just hasn't updated yet. Surely he's come off. According to this, he's still out there. But surely he's come off. Bulldogs complete their first set. That's what they need to do. Just complete. Do the basics. Now Gutherson is limping back into position. And an early penalty to the Bulldogs. An early penalty here to the Bulldogs. Take the 2. Take the 2. Get it to within 2 converted tries. Yeah, the Eels don't want to lose Gutho. Gutho's had a blinder so far today. Bulldogs, a chance to attack now. Curran takes it 10 metres out from the line. Just to the left of the post here. The Bulldogs must be first to score in the second half. Marnie scampers across field. Now at the back to Hutchinson, and it's been dropped. No. The second half has not started off very well for the Dogs. A lack of cohesion, a lack of execution. Hutchinson, don't think that pass was meant for Jamin Salmon, and he gets his hand in the way. And down it goes. Early in the tackle count again. Okay, Adokar is off, and Kickow. It says on the screen there that Kickow has replaced Josh Adokar. That can't be right. Josh Adokar, arm in a sling apparently on the sideline. So that's huge news. As the Bulldogs lift and drive the Parramatta attack backwards. Penasini that was. UFC says penalties should be worth 1 point to encourage more of a running game. That just encourages more penalties, though, UFC. 40-20 here from the Eels. A 40-20 from Lussick. And it just gets better and better for the Parramatta Eels. And worse for the Bulldogs. I would say it's pretty bad, Lucas, if the Fox is off on the sideline in a sling. I would say that's a pretty serious injury. Off the back of this, 40-20 now. Parramatta on the attack. Paulo with the crash ball. He draws in 15 defenders and he loses the ball. Claim the Bulldogs. They don't get the call. Go their way. They give away 6 again on tackle 3. Stupidity of the highest order as Dylan Brown nearly sneaks through. Loses his pants in the process. And the Eels gifted another full set of 6. Wide they go to the right-hand side. Moses, short ball to Paulo. Paulo wasn't expecting it. He is taken down on tackle 3. Short side. The Eels stay. Tuolangi. A metre short. Lussick from dummy half. 5th and last. This is it now for the Eels. They're a metre out. Big open side to the left. Moses puts the kick up towards the post. It's contestable. Oh, and it's well taken in the end goal by Blake Taff. They survive that one there, the Bulldogs. But they only just survive. They go quickly, the Bulldogs. They've survived. I don't know who to back in the UFC. UFC only fans. I'll be relying on yourself, and I'll be relying on Rick Grimes for tips, red hot tips on who to back in the UFC tomorrow. As the Bulldogs go up towards halfway, they've got to get through a set. And what's happened here? The referee says, no, go back onto the mark and play the ball properly, mate. But they're inside Eels territory. Preston takes the hit up on tackle 4. Marnie from dummy half. Short ball to Hutchinson. It almost opened up. 5th and last now, Bulldogs. 20 out from the line. They must be the first team to score in the second half, you feel. The high ball into the corner. Up goes Karaz Kekau. Lashes out with a stray boot, and he's got to be very careful here if that's made contact. It was tapped back by Karaz. And the Bulldogs have been caught with the ball. It'll be a handover. But Kekau, you've got to be careful. Swinging your boot around like that, mate. That will need to be looked at. There was not really a whole lot in it. Captain's challenge here from the Bulldogs. They want 6 more tackles. They think this was off the Eels. I don't think they're going to win this one. Although there is a cheeky little hand in there from Sean Russell. There, Sean Russell touches it. I wouldn't say he's played at it, but he's definitely touched it. Are you on the Discord, UFC? If you're on the Discord, we've got a dedicated UFC channel. I'm not sure if you use it, though. Captain's challenge here, looking for a 6 again here, the Bulldogs. Karaz has knocked it backwards, and now the Eels dive on it. Oh, and Taulungi's knocked it on. Okay, this is a good captain's challenge from the Bulldogs. Unless Kekau gets penalised for that stray boot. Kekau has kicked Taulungi in the arm, which you could argue has caused the knock-on. And this could be a penalty to the Eels. The Bulldogs might have just captain's challenged themselves into a penalty. And he has. Oh, the Bulldogs. Just when you thought things couldn't get worse for the Bulldogs, they have captains challenged themselves into a penalty situation. When things are not going your way, they're just not going your way, are they? And the Bulldogs, a successful captain's challenge for the Bulldogs leads to a Parramatta penalty. That is insane. Just when you think things can't get any worse, the Bulldogs find a way for things to get worse. And now a penalty to the Eels again. Back-to-back penalties. And the Eels get a big piggyback upfield towards halfway. Oh, things just go from bad to worse for the Bulldogs. You know, I thought that the Bulldogs might be on struggle street when Gus Gould on his own podcast was very hesitant to tip the Bulldogs in his tipping. Even Gus was leaning towards the Eels this week. I thought that was pretty telling. As they go short side, Parramatta Brown on 2. Morgan Harper looking for a double. They're 5 out from the line again here, Parramatta. 5th and last, Brown goes back to the short side, fires a cutout pass. The kick now into the end goal is too heavy and will go dead. No, it pops up. Oh, that's dangerous stuff. It's play on, and the Bulldogs come away with it. That bounce. It's a one-on-one steal, and the Eels have it back. They must score here out to the right, and into the corner goes Sean Russell. That was just a comedy of stuff that happened there, and it's all ended up in a Parramatta try. You thought for sure the ball was kicked too heavy and was going to go dead. It took an almighty bounce back towards the goalpost. A one-on-one strip. The Eels go wide, and it's a try in the corner for Sean Russell. Absolutely nothing going the way of the Bulldogs here. You thought for all money that ball's going dead. It takes the most awkward bounce ever. And then, no, it's not Moses. It is Sean Lane. Bryce Cartwright it is. Bryce Cartwright gets in there with the one-on-one strip. And they stretch them wide to the right. And a try in the corner. I have seen some things in this game that you will likely never see again. What is going on out there? It all started... Oh, thank you very much. What have we got there? A subscriber from PNG Pacific. Welcome along to the Wasted World of Sports there. It all started when the Bulldogs captains challenged themselves into a penalty. A successful challenge where they still don't get the ball back. Oh, wait, just a minute. We've got time off. The TMO has interjected. The TMO has stepped in. The ball is still in the field of play. Oh, the ball is in touch. The Bulldogs have dodged an almighty bullet. And I guess you could say that something has finally gone the way of the Bulldogs. They have escaped. The try is disallowed. Wow. Okay, everybody step back and take a breath for a moment. Whew. It is all happening out there, as they say. It's all happening. And the Bulldogs get away with that. The ball was dead. Take a breath. Whew. Relax. Matt Burton with the dropout. It's not going to go 10 here. Oh, it does, just. But Clint Gutherson flies through the air and comes up with it for the Eels. It only just went the 10 metres, But Gutherson, who has had potentially a man of the match display, Gutherson, would you say? Chat room. Brown at the back to Moses. Moses, the inside ball to Gutherson. How has he ended up back there for tackle 3? Gutho. Junior Paulo in midfield. Fires the pass out. It's offloaded, and Bryce Cartwright will get a double. Bryce Cartwright will bag a double. Who had that in their multi? Bryce Cartwright for a double. That would have been paying out big time. So the Eels get their try anyway. They're still completing in the high 90s, by the way. Gutherson started this flying through the air and taking the ball from the short kickoff, the short restart. Junior Paulo here. Great pass that was from Paulo to Madison. Madison with a majestic offload. The flick pass out the back from Madison. And who is there on the spot? Bryce Cartwright. Try confirmed. Parramatta get their try, and it's in a much better position. From right beside the post, this will surely make it Parramatta 20, Bulldogs 0. Donuts for the Doggies. Donuts for the Panthers last night. Gutherson converts 20 points to 0. One-way traffic continues here. What are the answers for the Bulldogs? Justin Keane, ahoy there, mate. Mitch Moses seems all right in the second half. He really does. He took some pills before the halftime break. We saw it out on field. The trainer gave him some extra strapping and he gave him some pills, presumably painkillers. One can only guess they were probably painkillers. And yes, he's been fine for the second half. He hasn't been clutching at his nutsack like he was in the first half. Junior Paulo just charging upfield off that restart. What a big unit. 28 minutes to go. Sivo is still out, yes. Another offload here for Parramatta. The offloads must be about 70-0 at the moment. The Bulldogs have only had 3 sets. We are, 13 minutes into the second half, and the Bulldogs have had 3 sets of 6. That is unreal. I don't think I've ever seen a game of rugby league with such sheer weight of possession favouring one team. Now, 5th and last, Brown steps, goes on his own, and he's caught there as Josh Addo-Carr, a very, very devastated looking fox in a sling, standing in the tunnel watching on. Has Stephen Crichton even touched the ball, Mr. Peebles? That's what I would love to see. In general play, I don't recall Stephen Crichton even getting a touch on the ball. It's been incredible. Curran is driven backwards, but the Bulldogs have possession. Kurt Manzon takes it to the line, looks for the offload. That's risky. 26 minutes to go. Down the short side, Burton kicks on tackle 4. Trying to catch Gutherson out of position. It's an awkward bounce for the Eels, but Penasini knocks it dead. Carla Matiu. Bulldogs. Twice. Yeah, twice in the whole game, Stephen Crichton's touched the ball. That's unreal. That is incredible to think you've got a superstar like Stephen Crichton in your squad and he's touched the ball twice all game. At most. Gutherson with the restart. It's tapped back by the Bulldogs, but the Eels are going to dive on this. They've knocked it on. And the Bulldogs will come away with a double knock on. First one by the Eels. That nearly came off for them, though. An incredible performance from Parramatta. Making a real statement. 68% possession. Still, this far into the game. 68% possession. 94% completion rate. Just incredible. The domination of the stats. Bulldogs scrum. Burton out the back to Taff. Taff feeds it on to Carraz. Carraz steps back in field. He is taken high by Moses. Moses raises his hand. Says, sorry about that one, mate. Penalty Bulldogs. They will have a full set of 6 now in attacking range inside the 20. Crichton taps, goes to Kickow. Kickow just takes it to the defensive line. Tackle 1, 10 metres out. Can the Bulldogs put something together here? Man, out the back to Taff. Taff, nowhere to go. Just no cohesion in attack. All these players for the Bulldogs and just no cohesion at all. Just one out stuff here. Preston goes to ground. Who's controlling this team? Curran now on the crash ball. Backs into the defense. Tackle 4, right in front of the posts. Here they go to the right. Marnie to Hutchinson. Dummies. Goes on his own. Is caught. 5th and last. Nothing. Offering nothing on attack here, the Bulldogs. They stay on the short side. Marnie grubbers into the end goal. It pops up and is defended by Simonson. It's a result for the Bulldogs, but not points. And points is what they need right now. Nice little kick into the end goal for Marnie. Regrets. Let's talk about regrets. Reed Marnie, does he regret leaving the Eels? All those Panthers players, do they regret leaving the Panthers? Josh Adokar, does he regret leaving the Storm? Gutherson with the short dropout. Perfectly placed this one, and it's lost forward by the Bulldogs. And the Eels come away with it. This is hard viewing. For Bulldogs supporters, for Bulldogs sympathisers. This is extremely difficult viewing. As the Eels bring it back out of territory now. Great viewing for the Eels, absolutely. They have played remarkably well as Dylan Brown takes on the line. On tackle 4, Gutherson getting involved. 5th and last on halfway. Gutherson's been man of the match for me. I don't know what everybody else thinks. Quite a few candidates for the Eels, though. You could say Bryce Cartwright as well. But, now a penalty. A penalty to the Eels. Viliami Kickow has gone for the charge down. Justin Keane, thank you very much for the sub there, mate. Cheers. Justin Keane. Oh, no, Justin Keane. Viliami Kickow, I mean. Viliami Kickow has gone for the charge down, has taken Dylan Brown's legs out, and has been penalised for it. What are the Eels paying for the grand final? It might be a good time to put a cheeky bet on, mightn't it? Kickow's on report for that. Eels grand final. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, all right? But still, you've got to keep an eye on these things. Parramatta Eels grand final winner, or just to make it to the grand final? Grand final winner, they're paying $21. Just to make it to the grand final? I don't have that information available right now. As the Eels take that penalty, no thought of the 2 points when they're 20 points to 0 up. Lussick from dummy half. Out the back to Regan. Campbell Gillard. A metre short of the line. Brown to Moses. Great shape here out to the right. Gutherson. Crichton goes for the one-on-one strip, but Gutherson holds on. Tackle 4. Big open side to the left here for the Eels. Moses just shuffles it on to Hopgood. Hopgood backs into the defence and takes tackle 4. Still 10 metres out here, the Eels. Lussick goes blindside. Gutherson dummies. Burton doesn't fall for it and wraps him up. 5th and last now. Where's Moses? Moses is standing in midfield. Crossfield kick will be the order of the day. No, Moses steps back in field, puts the grubber kick in, and Curran traps it with the boot, and the Bulldogs come away with it. And that's the first time in the second half. The first time in the second half after that step that I've seen Moses clutch at his groin. He's been fine all half until that play. Deciding to run on his own, stepping. And he had a clutch of the groin for the first time in the second half. He's looked uncomfortable. Maybe those pills are wearing off. Time for a top-up on the painkillers, perhaps. 5th and last here, the Bulldogs, they've gone nowhere. Burton kicks from inside the 30. He finds the grass, and it bounces back towards the end goal. And Russell collects it for the Eels. Beats kick out. Bumps off Marnie. Reid Marnie's in trouble here. Big trouble. Reid Marnie, HIA incoming, because he just got bulldozed. Sean Russell has just gone smack. He's beaten kick out and then bumps off Marnie, who got himself into an awkward position to try and make that tackle. There's still 19 minutes left in this game, by the way. Can you believe that there are still 19 minutes to go? That's incredible in of itself. Don't forget, after those 19 minutes are up, we are not going anywhere. We are staying live here on the Wasted World of Sports as the Gold Coast Titans and the St. George Dragons go head-to-head in the second of 2 games here on Super Saturday. The Eels go wide. Penasini out to Russell. Russell nearly gets on the outside. 5th and last for the Eels. Not a lot of meters made this time, but Moses gets a good kick away. Awkward bounce at the back for Wilson. Pops up for him now, though, and the Bulldogs have it. Wilson steps 1, is crunched by Regan Two Dads. Oh, now Stephen Crichton's hurt. Stephen Crichton's got up clutching at his shoulder. The Bulldogs are dropping like flies here. Stephen Crichton is not anywhere near 100% in back play there. Keep an eye on that. They've already lost the Fox. Imagine if they lose Crichton as well. Hutchinson inside pass for Curran. Curran's dumped on halfway. You've got to question the amount of injuries the Bulldogs have had over the last few seasons. Their strength and conditioning coach, you've got to wonder what he's doing. 5th and last here for the Bulldogs. 40 out. They stay on the short side. Marnie puts the ball high. Gutherson, again, safe and secure under that high ball. Seagulls, Gamu says, Bulldogs, please, 1 try for me. Can they score 2 for me? I'd be very happy if they scored 2. Stephen Crichton and Viliami Kikau, please. 20 points to 0 it is, though. The Eels looking very secure with this lead. They've definitely dropped a notch or 2 here, the Eels, as we approach the last 17 minutes of the contest. Keep an eye on Stephen Crichton in back play. He certainly didn't look healthy. Moses kicks from inside the 40. He's got good angle on it, but back there is Taff, and Taff brings it back for the Bulldogs. And it's crunched in the tackle. Big defense again. Driving them backwards. Karaz this time is picked up and dumped by the Parramatta defense. Ham Prasad, Bulldogs, please score 2 tries. Yes! 2 tries. 1 to Crichton, although Crichton looks like he's busted. He does not look healthy at all. And it's a shoulder as well. Marnie on tackle 4 from dummy half, looking for a 40-20. He's got a good angle on it, but it pops up nicely for Gutherson at the back. And Gutherson returns it. He's had a really good game, Clint Gutherson. Credit where credit is due. We know that I'm not exactly the biggest Gutho fan going around, but he has had such a blinder of a game. Eels just starting to look a little bit flat. You get the impression... Oh, no, there's a big mistake. Penasini it is. And it opens up for the Bulldogs now. Tapped on to Carraz, who steps back in field. Dummies to Crichton. Or dummies to Burton, rather. And now the Bulldogs have the ball, 20 out. That's probably the worst mistake I've seen the Eels make all night long. And, of course, it's come from the player in my multi, Penasini. Of course. Kick out's taken 10 metres out. Bulldogs. Can they come up with something? Man out the back to Hutchinson. Hutchinson to Taff. And this must be a try. And it is. Blake Wilson scores in the corner. Oh, my multi's been shot to pieces. Blake Wilson scores. The Bulldogs. 20 points to 4. Kick to come. Is a miracle about to happen? There's 15 minutes to go. Are we about to witness a miracle? Parramatta have gone to sleep a little bit. They come up with the error. Bulldogs score in the corner. Plenty of time on the clock. We could see a game out of this yet. Blake Taff just straightened perfectly there. Try confirmed. 20 points to 4. Kick to come. Blake Wilson. Who had Blake Wilson in their multis? Not me. Matt Burton from the sideline is going to hook this around too far. And it remains 20 points to 4. What's this? Did we all see the Cody slap today? I didn't see it. Yeah, I haven't seen anything. So the Bulldogs finally break the donut. Jesus Christ, we're advertising State of Origin already? So who have they got in the Origin jerseys? Liam Martin for the Blues, Cherry Evans for the Maroons. That's probably safe. The Eels get us back underway as Ram845 asks, what do you think the chances of Ciraldo getting the sack? Pretty slim. I reckon that Ciraldo would have to have 5 or 6 years, you would think, even with the squad that he's got available. They're still noticeably missing a halfback, the Bulldogs, and they have been since Ciraldo took over. So I think he's pretty safe for 4 or 5 seasons at least. Maybe on the 6th season, if they're not gelling by then. But I do reckon he's got a pretty long leash. Hutchinson puts the kick in. Over the dead... not the dead ball line. Sorry, the sideline. Over the sideline it goes. And the Eels will have the ball. 10 out from their own line. Big defense here from the Bulldogs. 12 minutes to go. Yeah, if they don't perform well this year, I still think it's. I think there's a long-term plan in place for the Bulldogs. As now the errors are creeping in for the Eels. Jermaine Hopgood drops it cold. The mistakes just creeping in now for the Eels. Penasini first, Hopgood this time. A full set of 6 for the Bulldogs. The Eels are just inviting them back in here. Invitation from the Eels. A full set of 6 inside the 30. Crichton fires it out to King. Nothing doing though. Just not looking threatening on attack at all here, the Bulldogs, at the moment. Man to Hutchinson, inside pass to Curran. Curran brings it back in towards the posts. Man, dummies, he's trapped in midfield, looking for an offload. Cooler heads prevail, and he holds on to it. Fifth and last, Bulldogs. This is it, 10 metres out from the line. Man to Hutchinson. Short ball to Kickow. Kickow looks for the offload. He finds Stephen Crichton, and Stephen Crichton scores. And finally, I get a tick on the multi. I finally get a leg ticked off the multi. And the Bulldogs make it 20 points to 8. The kick to come from out wide. Oh, don't go anywhere yet. There's still 10 minutes to go. The Bulldogs. It's taken them a long time, but it's finally opened up for them. 20 points to 8, the kick to come from out wide. Can they pull off a miracle? Can they at least make a game of it? It is another difficult kick from Burton. He is on his unfavoured side for a left-footed kicker, right on the sideline. But this is a big kick. Critical conversion. Oh, and he's pushed it wide again, Burton. 20 points to 8 it remains. Stephen Crichton scores. We get a tick off the multi at least. Nine minutes to go. But without those conversions, it could have been 20 points to 12. Instead, those missed conversions, difficult kicks they were. But how crucial is goal kicking? 20 points to 8 it is. It could have been 20 points to 12. Gutherson gets us back underway. Burton takes it. Steph is here, but she said she can't chat for some reason. Can hear you, though. Ahoy, Steph. Steph, stay funny, Steph. Through the hands now, the Bulldogs. 8 minutes they've got for a couple more tries. You do get the feeling the Eels went to sleep a little bit. Curran keeps it alive. Hutchinson scampers up towards halfway. Fifth and last for the Bulldogs. Burton puts it high. How's the kick chase? Oh, that's a high testing ball. Gutherson makes no mistake at the back and surrenders in the tackle. Gutherson's hurt himself there. Hopefully nothing too serious. 7.5 minutes to go. Simonson brings it up for the Eels. Time off. Sean Lane takes it up, but the Eels are definitely flat. They've exhausted themselves probably in that first 60 minutes or so where they were just so dominant. Great run there from Hopgood. Gets the offload away. Back to Offahengawe, who takes it up towards halfway. Fifth and last. Brown gets the kick away. Taken on the full by Taff. The Bulldogs have to go length of the field here. Tackle one, 10 metres out from their own try line. It's a long way to go for the Doggies. There we go. Let's tone down the lights a little bit. Don't forget, coming up straight after this game, Wasted World of Sports, we are staying live. Staying live and going straight on into the Titans versus the Dragons. Fifth and last, Bulldogs from inside the 40. Burton goes high again, just hoping for a mistake. But mistakes are not incoming. Gutherson has been very secure under those high balls. Five minutes to go. You would have to think that the Eels are safe now. 2 converted tries, the difference. The Eels have just shut up shop. Offahengawe, 1 out stuff. Sloppy play of the ball. They get away with it. Paulo up over halfway. Fifth and last, Parramatta. It's all or nothing now for the Bulldogs. Moses kicks in over the top. And into touch it goes. Now or never for the Doggies. Oz Surge, thank you very much for the sub. Very much appreciate that. Nobody's back here for the Bulldogs. Big defense. Salmon is driven backwards. 1 out stuff is not going to do it. 5 minutes to go. They need 2 converted tries. 1 out stuff is not going to do it. Marnie tries to milk a penalty. Tackle 3. They're only 20 metres out from their own line. Beating the first tackle. Beating 2. Puts Burton into space. Burton's taken down. A try-saving tackle there from Penasini. Quick play the ball. And this is better from the Bulldogs. Fifth and last now. 40 out. Marnie to man. Hutchinson. Out the back it goes to Taff. They've got an overlap here, the Dogs. Oh, they've dropped it. And now away go the Eels. It's Morgan Harper. Where's the support? Inside it goes. And this will be a try. A match-winning try for Bailey Simonson. Very poetic way to finish this match. The way that it started. An error from the Bulldogs. And the Parramatta Eels go from their own side of halfway, under the posts, off the back of a Bulldogs mistake. A very fitting end to the way this game's gone. It was on for the Bulldogs there. A simple mistake, and this puts the game to bed. Bailey Simonson under the sticks. Try confirmed. Parramatta win. Try confirmed. Parramatta win. 3.5 minutes to go. What a start to season 2024 for the Parramatta Eels. Don't forget, Wasted World of Sports coming up right after this. Gold Coast Titans, St. George Dragons could be low-key match of the round. I'm not going to lie. Honestly, could be low-key a smoky for match of the round. Titans, Dragons. Also, Wasted World of Sports. If anybody's got TikTok, do me a solid and follow Wasted World of Sports on TikTok. I am trying to get enough followers over there so that we can actually do live streams on TikTok as well. I think we need 1,000 followers for live streams to activate on TikTok. I've got 84 at the moment, so at Wasted Sports. At Wasted Sports. If anybody's on TikTok, you would be doing me a very big solid by chucking us a follow over there on the TikTok at Wasted Sports. So yeah, I'm looking to live stream the commentaries to TikTok this season. Conversion successful, 26 points to 8. The Eels have survived a little bit of a, what would you call it? What would you call it? They kind of went to sleep a little bit of a slump at the back end of the game. The Eels, hold on. No, I'm all good. I brought them all in with me when I went out there the last time. Inside the last 2 minutes. Don't forget, coming up straight after this, we're not going anywhere. We're staying live here on the Wasted World of Sports. Titans, Dragons. A minute and a half to go. The Eels get up over halfway again. Fifth and last. Moses puts the kick high. Taken at the back from Karaz. Karaz looks up. A wall of Eels defense there to greet him, and he's driven backwards. And the Bulldogs will start this set. Probably their last set of the game. 5 out from their own line. Crichton taken towards the sideline. Oh, Stephen Crichton regrets. Sometimes you just want a different challenge, though. I think about it like this. These guys are professionals. Professional sports athletes. Professional rugby league players. Sometimes you just want a new challenge, don't you? I mean, Jerome Luai, for example. Jerome Luai could very easily just finish out his career, take less money, and ride the coattails of Nathan Cleary to a lot of success. But professional athletes, he's gone, you know what? I want a new challenge. Obviously, the money is good. Very good. But he's gone, I want to see if I can now step out of Nathan Cleary's shadow and run a team. Because he'll be leading that squad. Jerome Luai will be controlling the playmaking at the Tigers. Cutout pass is tapped down. And the Eels have the ball back. Sean Russell was that amazing effort. Time is up on the clock. The referee blows full time. Where's Heel Fries? Is he there in that shot somewhere? I don't know what he looks like anyway. We're keeping an eye out for Heel Fries. Man of the match, Clint Gutherson. Bryce Cartwright probably would have been man of the match, but he was responsible for a couple of those simple little errors at the back end that just gave the Bulldogs a little sniff. So I think surely Gutho, man of the match, didn't make a single mistake all game. Solid. 26 points to 8. The Eels have got the victory here. Dominant performance. And Parramatta, what a start to the season for them. Whoa, they went to sleep a little bit. I'd be very, very cautious of that. I think Brad Arthur really needs to focus on that. Don't get too carried away with the positives. If you're Brad Arthur, you're going, boys, we went to sleep a little bit there. We pulled it together at the end. We got there in the end. We pulled it together, did what we needed to do, but we can't afford to do that against the top teams. There can be no falling asleep. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Let's see what's happening around the grounds. Let's go around the grounds. Super Rugby. What ended up happening at all the Super Rugby today? Cannot believe some of the results we've seen in the Super Rugby. The big one, of course, Fijian Drua. The Fijian Drua, 20 points to 10 over the Fallen Crusaders. The Brumbies sneak home, 22 points to 19 against the Force. The Hurricanes, 29-21 over the Blues. And coming up very soon, actually, in about 14 minutes' time, the Reds will be taking on the Chiefs. And with how far the Crusaders have fallen so far this season, you'd have to think the Chiefs would be favourites for Super Rugby Pacific. Tibet, is that say? Tibet Jr., thank you very much for the sub there. Welcome to the Wasted World of Sports. So that's what's happening in Super Rugby Pacific. The Crusaders beaten by the Fijian Drua. That's the big story to come out of that. Muppet says, my girlfriend is going to drill me until next Eels Dogs game now. Okay. So Muppet is a Bulldogs supporter and Muppet's girlfriend is an Eels supporter. I'm going to go and assume. Mr. Peebles says, I have Brumbies 1 to 12. Okay, well, you got that one. You got that one up. Brumbies by 3. Brumbies win by 3. So there you go. You got that one. Titans 1 to 12. That's the flaky one, I think. In all honesty, Mr. Peebles, I think that's the flaky one. Heel Fries says, up, para. There is a happy camper there, Heel Fries. Fabulous start to the season for the Parramatta Eels. Yeah, Clint Gutherson, man of the match for mine. He was always in position. He was always safe and secure under the high ball. I don't recall him making a single mistake, a single missed tackle. Clear man of the match for mine. A captain's knock leading from the front. Gutho's back. King Gutho's back. He had a pretty oh, well, Clint Gutherson is saying Bryce Cartwright, best on the field. But that's what a captain should do. A captain praises the other players, not himself. So you wouldn't expect him to say anything else. Heel Fries had a multi on Parramatta 13 plus, Simonson try and Harper try. I thought about going Harper. I just had such a hard time narrowing it down for Parramatta. They've got try-scoring threats all over the field. That's what I was thinking, Mr. Peebles, as well. My mind immediately went down that train of thought as well. And I thought, I better not, though. I better not. The man with the microphone needs to be a bit more careful about these sorts of things. Daniel Mrawi. How do I say that? Is it a silent G or a silent M? Daniel Grawi. Daniel G. I'll just go by his stage name. Daniel G. Daniel G in the house. Easy, he says. And it was, sorry, I'm just plugging my phone in. And it was an easy win. Silent G. It was a very easy win. The Eels were outstanding tonight. Absolutely outstanding. Hey, at least I tipped them. The Wasted World of Sports NRL tipping contest, which is, of course, free to join. Heel Fry says, poor Dylan, my husband. He's busted up, isn't he? Look, that is an epic shiner there on Dylan Brown. He's got a shiner. He's busted open. $26 points to 8. Where to for the Bulldogs? I mean, I feel like I've been saying that for like 3 seasons now. But where to for the Bulldogs? They've got the players. They've got the coach. Strength and conditioning has to come into it. They've had so many injuries. So many injuries. So you have to call into question fitness, strength and conditioning. That side of the coaching staff at the Bulldogs is perhaps not right because so many injuries over the past few seasons. And even tonight, we saw Josh Addo-Carr go off with a shoulder. We saw Stephen Crichton have an injury scare with a shoulder. So where to for the Doggies? They've got the players. They're still lacking a real quality halfback. No offense to Drew Hutchinson. No offense to Flanagan, who was before him. They're just lacking a superstar halfback. And they can have all the players in the world around the halfback, and they do. Marnie, Kickow, Burton, Addo-Carr, Crichton. They've got the players there. Until they unleash a quality halfback, they're going to struggle, I think. So anyways, that's my thoughts on the Bulldogs. They were awful tonight. The Eels were fantastic, though, and the stats back that up. Parramatta Eels were just on another level. Probably the best. Is this fair to say? I want to know what the Parramatta fans in the chat room think. Is this fair of me to say? That could be the best performance that I've ever seen Parramatta put on. I mean, they were just near flawless for the entirety of the game. Wasted World of Sports coming up next. Dragons, Titans. We are not going anywhere. We are staying live for this Super Saturday doubleheader. I do have to set up all the screens and everything. So I've got to change the scoreboard and all of that. So I will still be here though. That's coming up next. Ooh, do I put a cheeky multi on as well? Do we have time to put on a cheeky same-game multi for this next game? What should we do? Let's go have a look. Dragons, Titans. There we go. Mr. Peeble says Gold Coast win is all I need now. Oh, Gold Coast won? Oh, you're talking about the AFL. Did Gold Coast win in the AFL? Gold Coast won. All I need now is Collingwood and Titans. Titans are still head-to-head extremely short-priced favourites here against the Dragons. Hey, I like this. Dragons head-to-head. Zach Lomax, Khan Pereira, and Ravalawa anytime try scorer. I like that. What do we got here? Look at this one. This one's paying $90. AJ Brimson, Zach Lomax, Khan Pereira, Ravalawa, and Tyrrell Sloan anytime try scorer. That one's paying $90. That's almost worth it just for the giggles, isn't it? Odds have changed to $83. That's almost worth it just for a laugh. Lomax is a shoo-in. Will it be a high-scoring game, though? Probably not, because both teams are more than capable of lots of errors. But the payout on that, I've got a bonus bet to use as well. I've got a $7 bonus bet that expires that I need to use. So I'm going to use that bonus bet, $7, on that one. Confirmed. All right, I will not have time to set that up on the screen, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't imagine I have time to set this one up on the screen, but I can tell you what I've got. Okay, so a $7 bonus bet that will, if it wins, it will pay out $574. AJ Brimson, Zach Lomax, Khan Pereira, Ravalawa, and Tyrrell Sloan. Anytime try scorer. Oh, that's hilarious. That is a monster. A monster of a multi. $7 bonus bet. All right, Waste of Water Sports, I'm going to have a quick break before this second game kicks off. Don't forget, we are not going anywhere. We are staying live. So I'll be right back here. This one's not ending. We are going straight into the next game. Titans, Dragons, coming up right after this on the Waste of Water Sports.
World of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Alrighty. Okay, I need to get the scoreboard and everything up. We will switch the multis off. I won't have a chance to get that set up on the screen, unfortunately, but that is a ripper of a multi that we've got hinging on this game. I'll just keep reminding everybody about it as the game carries on. Titans, Dragons, I need to get the scoreboard up. And we'll see. This could be a cheeky little smoky of game of the round, as I was saying earlier. When you've got two of the teams that are probably going to be also rans in the competition, miracles can happen, and you can get a really quality contest. We saw that a lot last year, didn't we? Games that I decided that I would take off. I would have the games off because I thought this is going to be a nothing game. And they ended up being some of the games of the round. Which was just fascinating stuff to bear witness to. All right. We are just about ready to go, I believe. Here on the Wasted World of Sports. Switch that multi off the screen again, because we are ready to go with the Titans and the Dragons. The home side coming out onto the field now. The roars of the crowd. I do seriously believe the Dragons are good value to pull off an upset here. Not much of a turnout. Jeez, where's the crowd? Come on, Gold Coast. Get behind your boys. Gold Coast is shocking, though, honestly, for getting people to show up to things. I used to do back in the day, and I mean, I'm talking a long time ago now. We're going back over 10 years. But back in the day, I used to do live music promotions. Gold Coast, talk about difficult to get people to come out to anything. Live music and events, we ended up just giving up on the Gold Coast because it was dead. Time on! And away we go, the Dragons with the kickoff. Thank you so much for sticking with us here on the Waste of Water Sports for your Super Saturday action in the NRL. We just witnessed the Eels put on a clinic and dismantle the Bulldogs. And we are now riding straight on into Titans versus Dragons. Oh, a lifting tackle there. Dangerous. Ben Hunt, got to be careful. And the Titans have first use of the ball. Solid set here. Defensively from the Dragons. Good start. Fifth and last, and they've kept the Titans pinned down in their own half. 44 metres gained. Back it goes to Boyd. Boyd puts it high. Taken to the back by Sloan. He bobbles it between his balls, but he holds on to it. He ends up holding on to it. That was dangerous, though. And the Dragons have the ball. Big charging run forward here from Ravalawa. And a penalty. Penalty Dragons. Penalty Dragons. The crowd boos. Don't know why, but Mr. Peebles, you just got your same game multi on. Fabulous. Don't you love it when that works out? So what's like, this is an honest question. Because remember, I was talking about this the other night during the stream, that I spent a lot of time away from rugby league. So I missed a lot of things. And I admit that I missed a lot of things. Des Hasler's claim to fame, what is it? Why is Des Hasler rated so highly as a coach that they think he's going to turn the Titans around? I'm just curious. I mean, genuinely curious, because I don't know. I probably missed the Des Hasler era. The Dragons on tackle 4, 10 out. Good shape here out to the left, but they cut back in field towards the post. The offload is spilt. Is it knocked on or knocked backwards? Backwards, says the referee. And it's fifth and last. Dragons over the line they go. Held up. Crawling forward there was Jack de Belin. Oh, when Manly flogged the Storm. Is that it, really? Honestly, is that it? Is that his single claim to fame? Wasn't that about 40 years ago? I'm exaggerating again, I know. Through the hands now, Hunt, short pass. It opens up and Tyrrell Sloan scores. Tyrrell Sloan scores for the Dragons. Oh, I called it. Tyrrell Sloan, anytime try scorer. He's in the multi. Tyrrell Sloan scores. There is one tick off the multi. Nice and early. And the Dragons are about to lead 6 points to 0. Now we just need Ravalawa, Khan Pereira, Lomax, and Bribson. UFC says he has a wild OnlyFans where he features performances between himself and his players. Wow. Try confirmed here for Tyrrell Sloan. And the Dragons lead early. Four points to 0. Kick to come from right in front of the posts. And one tick off the multi, nice and early. I'm going to have to try and get that multi up on screen at some point. I'll try and sneak that multi up on the screen. Because it's off to a fabulous start. Nothing like getting a tick off the multi this nice and early in a contest. 6-0, Dragons. Good start for them. Dream start for the Dragons. If you could only clothes shop at Kmart or Big W for the rest of your life, what are you choosing? What the hell? That is a random question. Geez, Big W or Kmart? Death. Yes, Bobsy. Geez, if I had to choose, I mean, I would rather not shop clothes at either, to be honest. But if I had to choose, you're choosing Big W, right? Because Kmart's got all that really... And I apologise if there's any Kmart clothes shoppers out there, but Kmart's got all that try-hard, goofy stuff, don't they? The stuff that I'm talking about, all the brands that are trying to be hip, but are actually not. Big W is a little bit more casual, normal stuff, unless things have changed. But yeah, I'm probably with Vopsy. I would choose a life of nudity or death. And once again, no offense intended to people that do shop there. It's just very, very clearly neither store is in line with my style. I think that's a fair statement. As the Titans have the ball back now, trailing 6-0 early. They go up towards halfway on tackle 5. Just in the Dragons' side of halfway. Back it goes to Boyd, who goes to the air. Not a lot of distance. Pressure on Ravalawa here, but he does well. He takes it. And this has been a good start for the Dragons. Through the hands into midfield they go. Is that Lomax out there for the Dragons? And a penalty to the visitors. Slaps on the back from the Dragons. They have started red hot here. Hunt kicks it to touch. They're back in Titans territory. Let's keep an eye also on Super Rugby Pacific. Yeah, that's fair enough, Opsy. Socks doesn't really matter where socks come from, does it? Socks are socks. Hardly anybody sees them. Oh, almost getting the arms free. Sewer, quick play the ball. The Dragons are firing here. DeBellin tackled on number 4. 5 out from the line. Just to the right-hand side of the post. They go left, though, the Dragons. Hunt is there. Out the back it goes. And a double pump from Kyle Flanagan. Gets close to the line. 5th and last. Where's Hunt? He's out of action. Sloan puts the grubber kick in. It bounces awkwardly for the Titans. But they do come away with it. The ball ends up in Titans' hands. They get away with that one. The Dragons are looking good, though, early. They've started well. So there's Des Hasler up in the coach's box, and here a penalty to the home side. A much-needed one at that. Inside the 10, and the Titans have just been invited down into Dragons territory now. Wasted World of Sports coming up tomorrow morning. We have Six Nations doubleheader. The Six Nations Rugby is back. Don't know who's playing. I probably should know so that I could tell you. Hang on, I'll check my calendar. So we have Italy versus Scotland as Titans now have good shape out to the left. Kelly goes into contact. Doesn't put it through the hands any further. We've got Italy versus Scotland. That should be a shellacking. And we've got England versus Ireland. Bribson out there on the far side. Cutting back in field on tackle 4. Tino is taken. Just settles it in front of the posts. They've got options left and right here, the Titans. They go left, firing that pass across the face of the post. The grubber kick in behind the line is well taken by Sloan. And the Dragons survive. Good work there. Super Rugby full of fixed matches, says Ivan Storm. Why? What's happened? I honestly haven't seen any of them this weekend. Offload here from the Dragons, and it almost opens up for Jacob Little. 5th and last. Up towards halfway. Hunt thinks about running it, but puts it to the boot. Common sense prevails. Pressure on this kick chase. They stand back, the Titans. Lomax flicks it in field. It just needs to pop up. It does for Sewer. Where's the offload? Can he get the ball free? He does keep it alive, but the Titans come away with it. And now they come away with it big time as it opens up. And the offload is returned to the 40-metre line. Razzle-dazzle from both teams there. It was nearly a try for the Dragons. And they win a penalty now and halfway, the Titans. The Dragons had a try on for all money there. Lomax flicks this ball back in field. And then it nearly opened up for the Titans down the other end. They have the ball though on the back of the penalty. Just whacked the absolute bollocks out of the microphone. 6 again for the Titans. They've got a full set now on the attack. 20 out from the line. Boyd on the far side links up with Tino. Tino looks for the offload. Can't get the arms free. Or actually, that was Haas. This is Tino. They've got the same haircut. Close to the line now. 6 again for inside 10. Oh, they must score here, the Titans. They must. Fermor goes to ground. They're inside the 10-metre zone. Plenty of tackles up the sleeve now. Dummying and going on his own is Fodawaker. He's close to the line. Oh, numbers to burn out to the left. It's been touched by the Dragons. It'll be 6 again. It'll be 6 more for the Titans. 0 tackle. And this is a try beckoning here for Kelly. But he is driven backwards. They're surviving the Dragons just offside, surely, in midfield there. Must be 6 again. The crowd boos, and I can understand why. They had to be offside there, the Dragons. Just settling things down now, the Titans in midfield. 5 out. To the far side they go. Stepping through almost. From dummy half, trying to crash over. Can't get the ball down. He's held up. It's gone up as no try. He was held up quite clearly. That looked like offside in midfield for certain, Mr. Peebles. They were up so quickly. 11 minutes gone in Super Rugby Pacific. Reds and Chiefs 0-0. Is that game at Suncorp? I reckon that game might be at Suncorp. Reds and the Chiefs. Should be a good game, that one. 5th and last now for the Titans. Through the hands they go. Boyd puts the kick in. It pops up for Sloan. Can he get back in the field of play? He can. Great work by Tyrrell Sloan at the back for the Dragons. Mr. Peebles says, is it me, or have all the video ref tries this round gone up as no tries? Oh, excuse me. I would dare say that a majority of them have, Mr. Peebles, yes. I reckon you're absolutely correct. The old Panther says, do we get bonus points in the tipping if we tip all losers in the round? I reckon you should. Because it's just as hard to pick all the losers as it is to pick all the winners. So I think it should still be bonus points. I mean, it'd be a good little twist on the traditional tipping competition format, wouldn't it? Bonus points. Wasn't it Old Panther? Wasn't it back in when you used to do the footy tipping at your work? Didn't there used to be a prize for finishing last? So we used to try and finish last. If things went south early in the competition, you would focus on finishing dead last because there was a prize for that. And it's actually harder. It's harder than you think to finish bottom of a tipping contest. Titans go high out to Ravalawa's wing. Ravalawa has obviously been practicing the high balls in the off-season. It's harder than you might think to purposely finish last. Vobsy knows all about that. He was trying to finish last in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest last year. I don't think he succeeded. Through the hands now, the Dragons. It opens up for them. Space down this wing. Zach Lomax is on the sprint. One to beat. Puts the kick in field. Where's it go? It's taken by the Titans. The Dragons are looking good, though, when they get it together. I've been talking all weekend about the Dragons' ambush. They've started well. Only 6 points to show for it so far, though. Bribson, got to shut him down before he gets started. Through the hands now, Brian Kelly. Up towards halfway they go, the Titans. Fodawaker up over halfway. Fifth and last. Short side they go. Weaver puts the kick in straight down the throat of Lomax. No, Vopsy Brimson's playing in the centres. The fullback for the Titans is Keano Kinney. I would have had Brimson at fullback for sure. I mean, I honestly don't know anything about Kinney. But surely Brimson's the fullback. I mean, geez. Sione Fa'ave says, what's your poison, Dan? I swear it's a never-ending drink for you. This is the Wasted World of Sports, after all, Sione. A kick in behind the line on tackle 4 from Kyle Flanagan will just dribble over the sideline. And a little bit of a break. Oh, a popsicle. Popsicle on the sideline. As we go to a split screen of the coach's box, Des Hasler, first game as Titans coach. Shane Flanagan, first game as Dragons coach. The battle of the debut coaches. Hands on hips already by the Titans, says Mr. Peebles. The old Panther says, 1 year it was the Optus tipping comp. I finished in the bottom 100 or so. There you go. Optus Sport. The old Optus Sport, Optus Vision. Yes, I remember when pay TV first came in. Optus Vision versus Foxtel. I think it's safe to say Foxtel won that war. 100% Vobsy. Once Jaden Campbell was out, AJ Brimson was the obvious fullback choice. "12 from 12 completions for the Titans. That's hard to believe. because we saw the Parramatta Eels earlier in the earlier game. They completed at 100% and they were in the lead. The Titans completing at 100% are not even in this contest. UFC Only Fam says, in fairness, I used to spend 10 grand a year on cannabis for 15 years. Oh, almost intercepted by Cam Pereira. He's knocked it on, and that would have been a great step for our multi. I've really got to get this multi on the screen, don't I? This is an epic multi that I've got on this game. It's got no chance of paying out, but boy, will I be laughing if it does. So we've got Tyrrell Sloan, anytime try scorer, already done. We need Ravalawa, Cam Pereira, who almost scored an intercept runaway try right there. Lomax and Brimson. Smokin' poppin'. Speaking of cannabis and whatnot, smokin' poppin', ahoy there. Hope you hit it. I'll be straight on the phone to my dealer if I do. I mean, what? Who's got a dealer? Not me. Penalty to the Dragons. I'll try and get that multi up on the screen. I will try and get it up there. But I can tell you it's AJ Brimson, Zach Lomax, Cam Pereira, Ravalawa, and Tyrrell Sloan, anytime try scorer. And we've already got Tyrrell Sloan. Through the hands now, go the Dragons, out wide, keeping the ball alive. Fatala Mariner steps through, gets the offload away to Lomax. Lomax steps back in field, he's caught. One-on-one strip attempt from Kelly. Lomax goes to ground on tackle 2. The Dragons, big open side to the left. But they settle things down through Tom Eisenhuth, just to the right of the post. Tackle 3, 10 out. Hunt, out the back it goes to Flanagan, and it's read well by Brimson, and Brimson folds Flanagan in half. 5th and last for the Dragons now. They're 5 out from the line. A quarter of the way through this game. On the short side they go. Flanagan, it's tapped on and lost forward by Ravalawa. A meek and pitiful end to that set. 6 points to 0 in favour of the Dragons. Quarter of the way gone. Well, we are actually on the brink of sponsorship. Funnily enough, Mr. Peebles, not from Captain Morgan's, but we are on the brink of a Wasted World of Sports sponsor. That's happening behind the scenes, so I obviously can't speak too much on it just yet. But I'll be doing a trip. I'll be making a trip in. I'll be making a trip to Sydney in late April, early May, to carry on conversations. But yes, it could be as soon as April or May that we have official sponsorship on this channel. Oh, Ravalawa safe under the high ball. That was very touch and go from Brimson. The contact on Ravalawa. It seems like he's timed it perfectly because there was no penalty. Great job from Ravalawa. Oh, now the Dragons have come up with the mistake. Jack Bird running the inside line. I don't know if he was anticipating that offload. Ben Hunt flicks the pass back to Bird, who spills it cold. And here is the Titans' chance. Here is a golden opportunity. Don't forget, Wasted World of Sports coming up just after midnight, my time. The Six Nations, the Rugby Union Six Nations is back. A double header. Italy versus Scotland followed by England versus Ireland coming up later tonight on the Wasted World of Sports. Rugby Union, Six Nations doubleheader. Dean loves stuff. Ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. I love stuff as well. All kinds of stuff. Penalty to the Titans for a late tackle. Take the two. Take the two. 2 points on offer. Wasted Water Sports Take the Two t-shirts now available at poptillyouDrop.com.au, the official merchandise home of the Wasted World of Sports. Well, they have not taken the two. They've tapped and gone. They want the 4, potentially 6. They want to try and square this game up, the Titans. Boyd to Tino. Tino's out wide, lurking. Taken down in a big hit from Ravalawa. 5 out from the line on tackle 3. Titans. In front of the post is Boyd. Fires it onto Weaver. Weaver just shuffles it along to Firma. Nothing doing here for the Titans. Weaver. Out the back it goes to Randall. Boyd puts the grubber kick in. It pops up for the Titans, but tap back from Ravalawa. Just getting his big mitt to the ball and tapping it dead. The Dragons hold on again, but they're only just holding on. You've got to say, this game is starting to swing ever so slightly to the Titans' favour, momentum-wise. Jack Bird, Vopsy, when he was playing at the Sharks, short dropout here from Ben Hunt is not going to go the 10. It does not go the 10. And the Gold Coast will get the ball. Remember, the Broncos jumped up and down and pissed and moaned and got the rule changed. So there's no penalties now for the short restarts not going the 10 metres. Because apparently it cost the Broncos the grand final. So they had the rule changed. Titans ball, full set of 6. 10 metres out from the line. Dean loves stuff. You go for the Bunnies. It's all right. The Bunnies are going to spank the Broncos in round 2. Don't you worry. Verrills from dummy half. Sam Verrills. Vopsy's call for player of the year. Centimetre short. Inside pass now for Tino. He's over the line. He's held up. Great defense on the goal line from the Dragons. Desperation stuff. Yeah, I've got a cheeky $50 on the Broncos to be winless after 5 rounds. I'm not necessarily expecting that to be the case, but it was a very worthwhile bet. $50 at $18. Cutout pass now out wide. Puts Sami into space. He has to cut back in field. He's running back towards the post. It opens up for him. He spins. He's still going, Sami. A metre short of the line on tackle 3. And now the Titans spill it. It's been knocked on cold from Chris Randall. And that'll be Dragons ball. Knock on from the Titans. So, yes, Jack Bird, when he played for the Sharks, remember how good Jack Bird was in that 2016 Sharks premiership winning team. Jack Bird was a very, very influential piece of the Sharks team. Earned himself an Origin call-up. And then he went to the Broncos, right? And he was awful. And then he's just jumped around. He's gone to the Dragons, and he was even worse than when he was at the Broncos. But Jack Bird at the Sharks, he was immense. Very big part of that 2016 premiership winning team. Earned himself an Origin call-up. And he's done squat since. Speak of the devil, here he is from dummy half. Jack Bird. He was fabulous, Vopsy. Jack Bird, when he was at the Sharks, was fabulous. He's just slowly just gone more and more downhill. It's going to be very interesting seeing him paired back up with Shane Flanagan. Shane Flanagan, of course, the coach of the Sharks in 2016. So can Flanagan unleash the Jack Bird of old? Fifth and last Dragons, high ball. Not a good kick, but Lomax is there, loses it over the sideline. 12 minutes to go in this first half. 6 points to 0. Dragons have done the only damage to the scoreboard so far. Jack Bird, let's have a look. Hey Siri, how old is Jack Bird? 28. There you go. 28 years old. So he's still got a few years left. What, 4 or 5 years of real solid time? So he could still evolve into something. Titans now into attacking range on the fifth and last. 22 meters out. They go on the short side. Boyd puts it high. Who's back there for the Dragons? It's Sloan. But the Titans get up above everybody and win themselves a penalty. Offside the Dragons. They're thinking about challenging. Well, one player's thinking about challenging. Sloan is screaming at Ben Hunt to challenge. And Ben Hunt has given in and says, we'll have a captain's challenge, thanks. Sloan was quite convinced that he has not touched this ball. It looked to me live like it was tapped back by the Titans, in fairness. Let's have a look. Yep, tapped back by the Titans. No touch from Sloan. And this is a great captain's challenge. Dragons ball. Mr. Peebles says Jack Bird has Super League written all over him. If Shane Flanagan cannot unleash Jack Bird the way that he did at the Sharks, I agree that Super League is probably where he needs to go. Vopsy says, Dan, do you think Matt Lodge is actually 28 or does he have a fake birth certificate? Fake birth certificate for sure. Fake birth certificate, fake ID. Fake everything. 100%. Actually, you know, I saw there was a meme about just speaking about people who come across as old. Like we think they're already old. I saw a great meme on Facebook today about Steve Martin. Steve Martin, the actor. So Steve Martin is 78 years old this year. Which is funny because I thought Steve Martin was 78 years old in 1989. And Matt Lodge has got a little bit of the Steve Martins about him, doesn't he? Appealing for a high shot here, the Titans. The Dragons have got through that set. Put the kick away. The Titans bring the ball back, and it is Khan Pereira who's trying to milk a penalty here. Milky McGee. Let's see. Was it genuinely high? Well, I suppose with the way the rules are, you could argue that it was. I mean, that's just around the shoulder for mine. He's grabbed him around the shoulder and dragged him back. I think that would be a very harsh high shot call. Dean Loves Stuff says Dragons weren't that good last year. They certainly were not. They definitely weren't. I think they'll be much better this year, though. Having said that, I'm not suggesting for 1 second they threaten for the top 8, but I think they will be a much improved side. They'll definitely get more wins this season than they did last year. Definitely. I mean, Shane Flanagan knows how to get full value out of his players. I really wish that he was back at the Sharks. I'm not sold on Craig Fitzgibbon. I really wish we got Shane Flanagan back. Fifth and last for the Titans. Boyd goes high. Pressure at the back on Sloan. Sloan drops it, and it's a result for the Titans. George Steele, ahoy there, mate. I have tipped the Dragons for the upset tonight. A Dragons ambush, but this is a big mistake at the back from Sloan. And here come the Titans. This is a real opportunity for them. Sloan has made a mess of that. Scrum down, Titans. 8.5 minutes to go till the halftime break. 10 metres out. This is their best opportunity of the half so far, the Titans. Weaver to Kelly. Tries to step. He's wrapped up on tackle 1. 10 metres out from the line. Titans ball. Back to midfield they go. Weaver to Tino. Tino takes them on. Draws in 2 defenders. Is wrestled down. 5 out from the line. Verrills out to Weaver. Weaver to Boyd. Boyd out the back. 2. Kinney. Kinney steps through. Almost gets to the line. 5 metres short. Tackle 3. Titans ball still. Short side they go. Crash ball. Haas is held up and driven backwards. Tackle 4. 2 tackles left. Boyd in midfield. Onto Weaver. Bobbles has to step back in field. 5th and last. Well defended here from the Dragons. Boyd is standing in midfield. Crossfield kick. Ravalawa slightly out of position. Moves forward. Loses the ball. Dives on it. He's knocked it on though, Ravalawa. And this will be a result for the Titans again. They will have another scrum and another set of 6. Ravalawa spilling the beans. Dean Loves Stuff says I should do a rap for Souths to win the grand final. Bobsy says Roosters fumbled the bag with Matt Lodge. We could have kept the greatest of all time. Only reason we got rid of him was because JWH was meant to resign for 2025, and there would be no room for Lodge, physically and financially. Muppet says you will have to have a corroboree for Souths to win. Mr. Peeble says JWH, it's his last year this year. Then he's going to Super League. As Tino runs crossfield for the Titans. He made a lot of meters. He ran about 60 meters across field there, Tino. Would have been handy meters if he went forward. Settling things in midfield is Palacia. Tackle 2 for the Titans. They must score, surely, the Titans. Oh, no options here for Verrills. Verrills, nowhere to go. He has a little dance in front of the posts. And he's taken down a metre short on tackle 3. Very clunky in attack here, the Titans. Now it opens up on the left-hand side. The kick in behind the line will sit up for Khan Pereira to score. And we have got another tick on the multi. We are going into halftime with 2 legs of the multi ticked off, and we are going in at 6-all. Potentially. Kick to come. Khan Pereira has scored. We've got 2 of the 5 legs ticked off before halftime. The change of direction is what's opened it up for the Titans. The kick from Weaver into the end goal pops up perfectly for Khan Pereira. At halftime, I've got to get that multi up on the screen so we can cheer it on for the second half. Try confirmed. 6 points to 4. Kick to come. It had to happen for the Titans, really. I mean, it was game over. Honestly, it was game over if they don't score here, the Titans, because you can't have this level of dominance in possession and territory and not come away with points. Let's go. Indeed, Sione. Tanner Boyd with the conversion. He's on his favourite side. He's about 15 metres out to the left of the posts. I mean, it should be bread and butter for professional goal kickers. 4 minutes to go till the break, and we could be all square. He's taken a long time to think about it. He moves in, strikes it, and he's hooked it. He's hooked it to the left, and it remains 6 points to 4. Dragons still lead. Oh, Des Hasler's going to break a door at halftime. Look at the look on that face. That is not a happy boy. All I need is Lomax, Ravalawa, and Brimson. I also need AJ Brimson. Dean Lovestuff says, I am going to 6 games this year as the Dragons get us back underway. Their lead has been reduced to 2. They certainly won't be thrilled about that. Which games are you going to, mate? Sorry, who's your team there? Dean Lovestuff. As the Titans now driven backwards. Big defense from the Dragons. It almost opens up for Kinney. He's looked threatening, actually, Kinney. The fullback that I know very little about. 5th and last now, Titans. Almost up to the halfway. Boyd is on that far side. Puts the kick high. Not a lot of distance on it, but it's high and contestable. Ravalawa takes it. Unders is looking good for sure. Unders has been paying out a lot this weekend, yeah? Round 1's always difficult, isn't it? Oh, Jack Bird bobbles the ball. Definitely not looking secure, 100% secure. Jack Bird nearly came up with a huge mistake there. Up to over halfway go the Dragons on tackle 4. 2.5 minutes to go until halftime. Through the hands they go. Flanagan onto Sewer, and now they've spilt it. The Dragons, the mistakes creeping into the team now. Approaching halftime, the Dragons have just gone completely off the boil after they started so well. And the Titans have enough time here to get through a full set and get themselves into range to get a kick away. Two minutes to go till the break. And the Dragons, 12 from 17 completions. They've just completely fallen away as this half has gone on. Dean is going to Roosters, Bunnies. Rabbitohs, Bulldogs. Oh, no, Roosters, Bunnies. Bulldogs, Bunnies. Sharks, Bunnies. Bunnies, Panthers. Eels, Bunnies. Nice collection of games there. Titans on the attack. They could go into halftime with a lead. Can you believe that? The Titans could be going in with the lead at halftime. Verrills breaks away from dummy half. Thought he spotted half a gap. It's shut down quickly on him. Tackle 4. Tino out. They've got space out wide and numbers here to burn on the left. The Titans, and it's dropped behind by Kelly. 5th and last. Lucky it's gone backwards. They will have another shot. But play broke down there. Boyd, 20 out, puts the ball high. Pressure on Ravalawa. Well taken, though. Ravalawa wanted nothing to do with it. The Dragons come away with it, though. I go for the Sharkies, Dean. So I'll be cheering on my Sharks at that Sharks-Rabbitohs game. We'll have to be against each other that day. "23 seconds to go until the halftime break. The Dragons just holding on. After such a good start from the Dragons, it's been scrappy ever since. And you would say that the Titans, despite the scoreline, just slightly ahead. Fifth and last. They're going to run it here, the Dragons. Hunt takes it to the line over halfway, and that will be halftime. 6 points to 4. The Dragons take the lead into the break, but it was a really mixed bag. They started with a hiss and a roar, and all was looking very rosy for the Dragons. But going into halftime, despite the scoreline, it was a slow start from the home team, the Titans, but I would have them ever so slightly ahead at the moment. I really would. Even though they're behind, I would have them just ever so slightly ahead. All right, let's try and get this multi on the screen because it's looking a lot better than I really anticipated that it could be. It really is. Shark Boy, ahoy! Nice to see you sticking around there, Shark Boy. Here at the Wasted World of Sports. I've got to get this multi on the screen because it's honestly doing better than I could have anticipated. I was expecting nothing from it. I put it on purely for a laugh. I had a $7 bonus bet to use. A $7 bonus bet that I basically just needed to get rid of. Where's my mouse? I've lost my mouse. There it is. Okay. All right, so I still need AJ Brimson. AJ Brimson. Zach Lomax. I still need Zach Lomax. That's the second leg. Okay, Calm Pereira. We got that one. We got Calm Pereira ticked off. Damn it. The mouse has been drinking. Wouldn't surprise me if everything in this studio has been drinking. Everything in this studio has been on the terps. All right, so that's going to be number 3. Calm Pereira. We got that one ticked off already. And then Ravalawa. So we still need some big try-scoring action here in the second half for this multi to come to fruition. We need the second half to open up. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's leg 4. And then Tyrrell Sloan, which we've got ticked off already. Don't forget, too, there is also the potential that if a couple of these work out, there's also the potential to cash out. Cash out's at $3.51 at the moment, which is obviously not worth it. Clearly not worth it. But if we get a couple more legs, I could certainly look at the potential of cashing out there on that one and having a win either way. What have you got left in yours, Mr. Peebles? Andy, ahoy, mate. Sorry, I do apologize. I'm a big fan of Little Britain. If anybody has seen the TV show Little Britain, I'm such a huge fan. It's not on anymore, obviously. It's an old show, but I can't hear the name Andy and not laugh. Okay, so Mr. Peebles, you need under 43 and Titans last scorer. That's very specific. That's crazy specific. How's the Super Rugby going? Let's go around the grounds. Super Rugby Pacific. Super Rugby Pacific. We have halftime. The Reds are leading the Chiefs 15-11. I've got to say, in all honesty, the Australian Super Rugby teams are doing a lot better than I anticipated them doing this year. Oh, Andy's just retracted his message. I hope I haven't offended Andy. After I was only talking about Little Britain. It was certainly nothing personal. But yes, the Australian Super Rugby teams are doing a lot better than I anticipated. Got to give them credit. I mean, the Waratahs and the Reds have looked pretty good. It could be an interesting finish to Super Rugby this year. Hey, what about netball? Does anyone do netball? I mean, when I say do netball, I mean watch it. There's probably not, apart from Mel and Steph, there's probably not a lot of potential netball players. Catch you later. Dean loves stuff. Very nice to meet you, mate, and good luck for the Rabbitohs this season. Cheers. Whoops. Missed my mouth. Uh-oh. Mr. Peeble says that's your new same game multi-strategy this season. What's that, going cross games? I like it. I like it as a strategy, Mr. Peebles. I really do. I think it's a good strategy. Cross games. I've done it a few times myself with great success, so I probably should do it more often. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure this multi out. Get it up on the screen. Whoops. Oh, God. I've just gone and made a horrendous mess out of everything now. This is what I get for trying to do stuff. Oh, dear. Dear, 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 dear. There we go. We're back. One try scorer unders over and team to score points. Oh, okay. I see. Muppet says the Australian motocross is on SBS next Sunday. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Okay. So, I have got Brimson. Okay. Let's put AJ Brimson. I'll just put him on as AJ. AJ. Lomax. Lomax. Calm Pereira. What should I put Calm Pereira up? I'll put him as KP. KP. Ravalawa. I'll just put him in as Rava. Because I'm trying to do this quickly. And Sloan. Sloan, try scorer. Okay. So that should have updated. No, that's ravioli. Ravioli's the pasta. Okay. So AJ Brimson, Zach Lomax. Oh, you know what? I left it too late. Oh, I was trying to get that multi up on the screen so we could have some fun with it, but never mind. Never mind. It's truly too much work. It's stuff that I need to have sorted out. Oh, Bulldogs press conference. A very unhappy looking Stephen Crichton, but you know why he's unhappy? That's Stephen Crichton sitting there going, I left the Panthers for this. I left the Penny Panthers for this Shambles. How would you be, though, honestly, leaving a premiership winning team to this rabble? I mean, I'm sorry, Bulldogs. I am on board with the Bulldogs. I really am. I really, really wish nothing but success and good fortune for the Bulldogs, but they've been an absolute rabble, haven't they? Catch you later, Andy. Cheers. Anyways, I tried to get that multi up. I can just tell you what it is. That's what we're going to have to do here for the rest of it. So I need AJ Brimson, I need Lomax, I need Ravalawa, basically is what we're looking at. 3 tries in the second half. Brimson, Lomax, Ravalawa. Yeah, pin that. Pin that. Pin that so we don't forget. So we've got Khan Pereira, we've got Sloan. I need Lomax, Ravalawa, and Brimson. H. Simon, 1981. There's been a few upsets so far this round. If you've got all the teams up so far, you're a genius. 100% agree, mate. 100% agree. I thought that there was absolutely no way. I thought there was no way that the Sharks were going to beat the Warriors on home soil. I thought there was very little chance that a Cameron Munsterless Storm were going to beat the Panthers. Despite the fact the Panthers, for the past few seasons, have been very slow starters, I still didn't see a way home for the Storm. Even with Craig Bellamy's super round 1 record. Look, I picked both games in Vegas. I thought that the Bunnies just had too many outs. Campbell Graham was a huge one in the centres, and then to have lost Jack Whiten as well. I did have Manly as the favourites for that, and I certainly had the Roosters beating the Broncos. Because the Broncos are going down, down, down. The Broncos are slidey down the table this year. Muppet asks if I think they grabbed extra fans by going to Vegas. No, I really don't. I really don't. Well, what did they say? It was 40,000. Oh, the Knights were abysmal. Oh, let's not even talk about the Knights. Jeez. Kalen Ponga, with his new Slim Shady hairstyle, was probably the worst on field. Worst performance I've ever seen Kalen Ponga put up at any level of the game. Yeah, so what was there? Vobsy says apparently 2,000 Americans. Not sure how accurate that is either, mate. I know that they said that it was something like 15,000 travelled over from Australia and 12,000 travelled from England or Europe. How they came to these calculations, I don't know. I mean, did they interview everybody who walked in the stadium? I don't know how they came to these conclusions, but anyways, that's 27,000 out of the supposed 40,000 that are rugby league fans from Australia or Europe. So that's over half. That's over half the turnout, isn't it? So, look, I'm not going to throw shade at the NRL for trying to expand the game. So, look, good on them. They've got it locked in for the next 5 years. Who cares if it's Americans there or traveling fans or expat fans who live over there now? Who cares? It was a good turnout. It was a solid turnout. Oh, don't tell me Ben Hunt has just channeled the grand final for the Broncos and dropped the ball from the kickoff. You thought it could only ever happen once in a career. He's gone and done it again. Ben Hunt has dropped the ball from the kickoff. The memories that will be racing through that guy's mind right now. And the Titans have a chance, a big chance, to strike a scrum 15 metres out inside the first minute of this second half. Ben Hunt, bad memories there. Titans on the attack. Tino in midfield. Tries to crash over beside the posts. He's tackled a metre short. 3 gone now for the Titans. They stay on this near side. Boyd runs it to the line. Kelly cuts back in field. Tries to scamper away. He's caught. Tackle 4. They've lost ground here, the Titans. Palacia takes a hit up. 5th and last. Titans, Dragons have done well to defend so far. 1 more tackle to go. Boyd puts the kick high. It's a little bit too deep, and it's well taken by Moses Sully. And he sprints out, takes the tap, and Lomax is away. Beats 1, Lomax. Beats 2. He's up over halfway. Great charge upfield. That's better from the Dragons. James says not bad for round 1. Changing his name again. I can't keep up. The Dragons survive that little scare from Ben Hunt, and they get themselves back upfield. 6 again now to boot. They'll have a full set of 6. Flanagan inside pass. Molo goes to ground. Tackle 2. They're suddenly on the attack now, the Dragons. DeBellin. Oh, now they've dropped it. Sewer drops it cold. Will Bailey Masters. Ahoy there, mate. Anyone in the fantasy? No, I've set up an NRL tipping comp. But I tried to get a fantasy team in, but yeah, just too much work for me, I'm afraid. I picked a team and was going to end up about $2 million over budget. So I kind of went, bugger it. Never corrected it. Simple mistake from the Dragons again. They're completing at 0% in the second half so far. On the back of that, from dummy half goes Verrills. A nice charge upfield. Gets them into attacking range with the kick. Boyd on the near side. High ball. Coming forward is Ravalawa. Well taken. Oh, I don't think it's really... If we're talking about fantasy team, Muppet, it's... Yeah, I wouldn't say it's really mental stress. It's just a little bit of fun. But yeah, it was a bit too much. I've got more than enough on my plate without doing a fantasy team as well. As much as I would have loved to. Des Hasler looks really upset up in the coach's box. 5th and last for the Dragons. High ball from Hunt. Pressure at the back. Non-existent on Kinney. He beats 1, Kinney. And the Titans have the ball back. H. Simon, 1981, says Storm's defence against Penrith was outstanding. Certainly was. That was one of the best defensive efforts I've seen, and it had to be, because they were definitely going to be lacking in attack, the Melbourne Storm, without Cameron Munster. Cameron Munster and his shower shenanigans taking him out of round 1. 5th and last, Titans. High ball, pressure at the back on Sloan. Takes it. Yeah, I should have made one. I just ran out of time, basically. There is some regret. There is some Stephen Crichton moving to the Bulldogs level regret on my behalf for not getting a fantasy team in. Dragons up over halfway. Good charge. Vopsy says, my fantasy team last year was all Roosters player. I didn't think you could do that. I didn't think that was allowed. Fifth and last, Hunt down the sideline. Puts it high. How's the kick chase? Lost forward by Lomax. And the Titans will come away with it. 6 points to 4. It remains. I didn't realize you can do that. Can you actually just legitimately pick all players from the one team? That's hilarious. Seb Watson says Lomax is bad. Lomax. Oh, speaking of bad, the Titans have just dropped the ball cold on tackle 1, 10 meters out from their own line. Here is a chance now for the Dragons. Tackle 1. Down it goes. Brian Kelly. What a huge mistake. And this game started quite well, but it has very rapidly declined into a battle. Oh, there's Pat Carrigan in the crowd. Pat Carrigan fishing for a Gold Coast Titans contract. He realizes that the Broncos are a sinking ship, and he's trying to bail out. As here go the Dragons now. Sully cuts back in field. Tackled 5 meters out. Flanagan dummies and goes straight through. Kyle Flanagan scores under the post for the Dragons. That's not who we want. It's great for the tipping contest because I've gone Dragons, but it's not great for the multi. We still need Lomax and Ravalawa. And off the back of that mistake from the Titans, the Dragons, Kyle Flanagan shows and goes straight through some weak defense from Palacia. And it's try time under the post. Palacia was too busy looking at his old mate Carrigan up on the big screen, and he forgot to make a tackle. And Flanagan takes full advantage. Try time Dragons, and they are about to lead this game. 12 points to 8. They survived Ben Hunt's total cock-up from the kickoff. And they've got themselves back out in the lead in this game. Dragons on top again. Vopsy says Kyle Flanagan and Shane Flanagan are the new Clearys. 100%. Now we just need Preston Campbell to replace Des Hasler as coach of the Titans and move Jaden into the halves. Imagine that. We've got the Clearys, we've got the Flanagans, and we've got the Campbells. Who else could we have? The Walters. Kevy Walters could move Billy into the halves, and then we'd have the Clearys, the Walters, the Flanagans, and the Campbells. And the Arthurs hasn't what's his face gone to Manly though? Didn't Brad Arthur's kid move? Or am I mistaken? He could always move back, and then we'd have the Arthurs. I think he left, didn't he? Anyways, I could be wrong about that. Conversion successful. Dragons lead 12 points to 4. Oh, there's another son? Jesus, how many has he had? A sarcastic cheer goes up around the stadium as Ben Hunt takes the kickoff. And when the team is trailing 12 points to 4, probably shouldn't be too many sarcastic cheers around the ground from the home team. Okay, Jake Arthur went to Manly. There's another one, is there? There you go. How many Arthurs are there? You know what that is? That's like, if anyone's familiar with the movie Spaceballs, fantastic Star Wars parody film, by the way, if you haven't seen it. Just learning of these other Arthurs that exist out there reminded me of the scene from Spaceballs when he was surrounded by arseholes. Somebody's challenging here. I'm assuming Dragons. Now, this has been deemed to have been caught in goal in a 7-tackle set for the Titans. The Dragons are challenging that. And this could turn into a goal line dropout. Oh no, play the ball. And it's become a 0 tackle on their own goal, on their 10-meter line, rather than a 7-tackle set for the Titans. So that's a good challenge from the Dragons. Yeah, fair enough. Successful challenge. He did not have his feet planted, Kinney. Didn't have his feet planted behind the goal line when he took that ball. So it can't be claimed caught in goal. His feet were still in the air, so it's deemed to be in the field of play. Challenge successful by the Dragons. 10-meter restart because they couldn't restart anywhere else. Quick play the ball here for Verrills. He's looked threatening, Vopsy. Verrills has looked threatening out of dummy half. Boyd puts it high. Yeah, well, I think what happened, James, is Ben Hunt came racing in and called for the captain's challenge, but the TMO was already looking at it, I think is what happened. So there wasn't even a need to go to the captain's challenge. The TMO was already all over it and interjected, I think is what happened there. Because Ben Hunt came racing in and was screaming for a challenge, and the referee was like, it's all right, we're already looking at it. I think is what happened there. Tackle 4 now for the Dragons. They got the ball back. They lead by 8. They're up over halfway. Hunt, dummies. They get a 6 again. Sewer takes it over halfway. And a full set of 6 incoming for the Dragons. The ambush is on. The ambush is on. Molo takes it up over the 40. Oh, I've been talking the Dragons up all weekend. Fatala Mariner goes through. He's just brought to ground on tackle 3. Hunt runs it to the line. Short pass. Almost puts Molo through a gap. The Dragons looking good here. Tackle 4, 10 out. Hunt on the short side. Flat pass again to Sewer. He's caught on tackle 5. Quick play of the ball. Back to Hunt. 10 meters out. Puts the kick high. Lomax gets up and locks it backwards. We needed to have a look at a lot here. Zach Lomax got up there above everybody. He lost the ball. Did he lose it forward? Zach Lomax, all you had to do was catch that ball, mate, and fall to the ground, and it was a try. So Lomax gets a touch to it. He's lost it forward, and that's it. That's play over right there. Zach Lomax, knock on. Zach Lomax knocked it on, and that'll be all we need to look at. Titans ball. Oh, Lomax letting me down. All he needed to do was collect that and fall on the ground, and he scores. 12 points to 4. Titans ball. 25 out from their own line. They've got to go all the way upfield. Trailing by 8. Yes, I've been talking all weekend about a Dragons ambush. Would you have Lomax in the New South Wales team? Running the water, maybe. Brimson steps, almost goes through. I don't know if I'd even trust him to do that, though. Boyd in midfield out to Clark. Clark goes to contact for the Titans. Tackle 4. Short side they go. Boyd steps back, open, caught in front of the post. 5th and last. That's their kicking option gone, the Titans. Although it's Weaver. Weaver's got a good boot on him. Puts it into the end goal. Ravalawa moves forward, takes it, and stands firm. 2-on-1. Oh, Desi Hasler's got his hand in his face, wondering what he's done to himself. What's he done? Des Hasler. Will Bailey Masters says, what's a good score for the end of the week for fantasy? I don't know, honestly. I honestly don't know, because I've not participated. Isn't a good I don't know. When I played fantasy NRL, straight through, go the Dragons. Where's the support? Terrell Sloan's going to get a double, and the Dragons extend their lead. Terrell Sloan out of nowhere. Jacob Little has just blasted out of dummy half. A big gap opens up, and Sloan was supporting like every good fullback, supporting in midfield. And the Dragons extend their lead, and the ambush is well and truly on. Oh, it's good to get something right. Well, it's not over yet. There's still 25 minutes to go. Let's not count the chickens before they hatch. But I'm very proud so far, because I've been calling this one all weekend. I have been calling the Dragons ambush of the Titans all weekend. H. Simon says, speaking of State of Origin, I bet you all Ashley Klein will referee it again this year. In my opinion, Adam G should be given the Origin. Oh, 100%. Adam G is hands down the best referee in the game at the moment. I think, Will, back when I used to play, and it was a while ago, so I don't know if the scoring's changed or anything from when I did used to play NRL fantasy, but I know that you used to target 1,000 points. I don't know how it works anymore, though, so I can't comment on what a good score is. I just know that back then, like 5 or so years ago, 1,000 points was like your really high-end, big score. So 657 is good. That's a solid score. Still with a game to go. Lomax from right beside the post converts, and the Dragons lead 18 points to 4. Two games to go. Oh, what's the second one? I thought there was only one left. Who else is playing? Oh, you're including this one. Well, yes, this one's not over yet, in fairness. There's still 24 minutes for players from this game to pick up points, isn't there? Super Rugby Pacific, 56 minutes gone. The Chiefs are leading the Reds, 19 points to 18. As the Dragons have the ball from the restart, leading 18 points to 4. The Titans' defense has just gone up a gear. Dolphins Cowboys tomorrow, 3 p.m. We won't be covering that game here because we'll be doing the UFC. We'll be doing the UFC tomorrow. Ben Hunt out the back to Sloan. Numbers out to the right for the Dragons. They cut back in field, though. Bird offloads to Hunt. Hunt shows and goes on his own. He's wrapped up. Back it goes to Flanagan for the high ball. Sami backtracks, takes it. Yeah, I'm sure I'll talk about the game. I'm sure I'll talk about the game while it's on. Big hit and a one-on-one strip from Jacob Little. Fabulous work there from the Dragons hooker. And they come away with the ball now. The Dragons looking to put this game to bed. Tackle 2, 6 again. They get a full set now. A metre short of the line. The Dragons, they could go a long, long way to sealing this now. Tackle 2, a metre short. They stay on the short side. Sully cuts back in towards the goalpost. Tackle 3, still a metre short. Dragons ball, Little. To Molo. Hunt runs on his own. Beats the first 2 tackles. Is then wrapped up. He's picked up and dumped on his back. Tackle 4 for the Dragons. They get a 6 again. The Dragons have 6 more. Flat pass to Murdoch Masilla. He's a metre short. The Dragons, they're so close now. Flanagan, inside pass to Sewer. Sewer stands, twists in the tackle. He's held up a metre short. They're so close here, the Dragons. Oh, that's a horrible pass. Bounces kindly for Hunt. For Taylor Mariner. Keeps the ball alive. He's going close to the line again here for the Dragons. Tackle 3 from dummy half. Jack Bird thinks he spots some space. He's just short. Tackle 4. Dragons, millimetre short. Hunt puts the grubber kick in. It's tapped dead. Tapped dead by Cam Pereira. And the Titans hold on, but only just. 18 points to 4. They lead. Des Hasler, speaking about faces of regret. That shot of Des Hasler in the coach's box. Jeez. Titans go short with the restart. Zach Lomax gets up and takes it. Dragons have it. James says after this game, if same scores, I will be at 700 with 1 game to go. That's really not bad at all. As I said, I think 1,000, you've completely blown it out of the water. So 700 is a really solid score, I think. You want players to be getting over 100. Your top players. I think. Just from memory. No predictions for UFC yet, Vobsy. Through the hands now. The Dragons go. Sloan drops it. Tyrrell Sloan lets the team down badly there, but 18 points to 4. The Dragons. The ambush well and truly on. Jimmy Lister says, wait, is Cleese Haas Payne Haas's brother? I believe so, Jimmy. I do believe so. We've got a captain's challenge here. The Dragons are challenging a call. Let's have a look at the replay. Sloan runs it to the line and drops the ball. He does get a boot to it, but you can't say that he had intent to kick that ball. He's got a boot to it. Is this the Billy Slater rule? Is this the Billy Slater drop kick rule? It is the Billy Slater drop kick rule. It's play on here. Sloan gets boot to ball. And the Titans collect it. The Titans regather the ball and then get tackled in goal. And this will be a goal line dropout. Successful challenge for the Dragons. The Billy Slater rule comes into effect. "19.5 minutes to go." Oh my God. Desi Hasler is just hanging out for the pub after the game. Boyd with the restart. It goes to 10. It's perfectly placed. Oh, that's tapped forward by the Titans, and it'll be Dragons ball. Teams are getting so much better at the short restarts, though. Remember, all through the Wasted World of Sports, the past couple of seasons, I have been screaming about these short restarts and how ridiculous I think they are. The teams are getting a lot better at them, though. And especially now that there is no punishment for getting it wrong. Super Rugby Pacific, 61 minutes gone. The Reds have taken the lead, 25 points to 19 over the Chiefs. And the Australian Super Rugby teams, hats off to them, are doing really well this season. From the scrum, the Dragons nearly go over on tackle 1. 5 meters out from the line. 6 again, they get Flanagan. Runs across field. And a big charge here from Murdoch Masilla. He's centimeters short. The Dragons looking to put this game to bed. Quick play the ball. Flanagan out the back to Hunt. They've got good shape to the left. Hunt with the short pass to Sully. And Sully's wrapped up. Flanagan runs across the face of the post. Calls runners on the inside. Molo got nowhere to go. Short side, that goes Sewer. Caught on tackle 4. Well read by the Titans defense. They're holding on here, the Titans. Hunt is in midfield. Out the back to Flanagan. Short pass to Fatala Mariner, who backs into the defense. It's the fifth and last Dragons. 1 play left. They've got them skinned out here. Hunt puts the kick through, and it must be a try, and it is a try. Zach Lomax has scored, and that's another tick off the multi. Zach Lomax has scored, and the Titans have been ambushed here by the Dragons. Just like I predicted. 22 points to 4, kick to come. The Dragons' ambush is well and truly on. I've got two. Okay, what have we got left? We've got 17 minutes to get Brimson and Ravalawa. Brimson and Ravalawa, 2 left. 17 minutes to go. We just got Lomax hit. Try confirmed. I don't even care about the multi, to be honest. I'm more happy that one of my actual game predictions came true. I've been talking all weekend, every stream, about how the Dragons are going to ambush the Titans this weekend. I don't even care about the multi. I'm far more happier with the fact that that prediction's actually coming true at the moment, coming to fruition. 22 points to 4, kick to come. It'll be interesting to see what they offer me for a cash out, though. They're offering me 3 cents at the moment, but that's because it hasn't updated with Zach Lomax yet. Surely they can't seriously be offering me 3 cents cash out after that. If it's 50, I'll take it. If it's $50, I will certainly take it. Lomax with the conversion attempt hangs it out to the right. And it remains 22 points to 4 in favour of the Dragons. 16 minutes to go. Let's keep an eye on the offer for the cash out. Okay, they've offered me $3.36. $3.36 they've offered me. That's an insult. 3 out of the 5 legs ticked off with 16 minutes to go, and they've offered me $3.36. Somebody must be off the field. Brimson or Ravalawa must be off the field. They have to be. Otherwise, there's no way that they can give such an insulting cash-out offer. The Dragons come up with the short kickoff. Big defense from the Titans here, though, driving them backwards. There is still plenty of time to get these last 2 try scorers. I've got a feeling somebody must be off the field at the moment, and that's why It's so low. Brimson or Ravalawa must be off. 15 and a half minutes to go. An early kick from Ben Hunt from dummy half, looking for that 40-20. Puts it into the in goal. It might not have been inside the 40. I must stand corrected on that. A great kick return from Kinney, and the Titans have been turned around, though, bringing this ball out from their own line. Tackle 2, 10 metres out. Great vision and great work there from Ben Hunt. Ben Hunt's done extremely well to block out of his mind that drop ball from the kickoff. And now the referee's whistle has blown and the Titans have made a mistake. It's gone from bad to worse for the Titans here. The ambush is well and truly on. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, if Ravalawa scores here, this will be very interesting. If he's even on the field. It's going to be a full set of 6 for the Dragons. A try-scoring opportunity. I'm so curious to know who's gone, if anybody, for the Dragons, in the Waste of World of Sports tipping contest. As the Reds and the Chiefs, 66 minutes gone. Still 25 points to 19. The Reds on the verge of an upset there in Super Rugby. Through the hands now. Hunt, short ball. Sloan's going to get a hat-trick. Tyrrell Sloan's going to get a hat-trick for the Dragons. The Dragons have surely won the game now. Dragons surely win the game now. 26-4, kick to come from right in front. I honestly don't even care about the multi. It was a $7 bonus bet. I'm far more happy that I've actually called an ambush. I have predicted a blindside. And the Shane Flanagan-led Dragons have come out and completely pulled the pants down of the Titans. 26 points to 4, kick to come, and that's a win for me in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. I wonder how many people have gone for the Titans over the Dragons here. I could be back on for top spot. I'm still behind Gamer Mel. But it's nice to be back in the winner's circle. $26 points to 4, kick to come from right under the sticks. It's about to be 28-4. I'm going to have a quick break. I'll be right back. By the way, James. By the way, I went. I ordered a cheeky pizza last night after the streams. Smoke and Poppin says I got over 43.5. I thought it was dead at half time, but I might have a chance. Yeah, what have you got here? 43.5. What have we got? We've got 32. That's the short restart from the Titans. Doesn't go 10. And the Dragons will have the ball from the kickoff in great field position. Bobsy says, this just in. Des will be going back to the Dogs at the end of the season and Serrato will go back to Penrith. That might not be a horrendous call. That might not be a horrendous call. It'll be interesting to see. Jack Bird from dummy half. Breaks away from 2. Still going, Jack Bird. 11 and a half minutes. We're still on here. I need Ravalawa. I need Brimson. At least Ravalawa. I reckon that Ravalawa still at least gives me a good cash-out option. Flanagan runs across the face of posts. Cut out pass to Hunt. They feed it onto Lomax. Lomax can't break through. Tackle 4, though. Inside 10. Big open side to the left for the Dragons. Francis Molo goes to ground. Tackle 5. They're a metre short of the line here, the Dragons. Hunt is on the left-hand side, out the back to Flanagan, inside pass to Lomax, and Lomax is cut down a metre short. Imagine, Vopsy, if all the ex-Panthers players that went to the Bulldogs, so Kickow, Burton, Crichton, Salmon, I feel like there's some more in there. I feel like there's more there that I've forgotten. But let's just say those 4 predominantly all went to the Tigers, link up with Coruscant and Luai, and the Tigers become a premiership threat. Imagine how you would feel as Doggy supporters. 10 minutes to go. Let's see. My current cash out offer is 54 cents. What an insult. No, I'll tell you why I think the cash out offers have been so low is because it was a bonus bet. It was a bonus bet. If that was real money, I reckon they would have been more generous with the cash outs. But the fact that it's their money I'm playing with, that's why the cash out is so low. That's how it's worked. That's why the cash out offers have been so extremely insulting, considering I'm so many legs in. Bonus bet money. There's Ravalawa. We need him to score. Ravalawa and Brimson. That's what we need. Sewer. 9 minutes to go. The Dragons have it. Tackle 4. 30 out from the Titans line. They have silenced the very little home crowd that showed up. Hunt shows and goes straight through. Hunt offloads and dropped by Jack Bird. Oh, Jack Bird, he's got butterfingers tonight. It was on again for the Dragons there. It was another try. Gone begging here for the Dragons. Jack Bird just has to hold that ball. He's got the dropsies. I've talked about the small crowd a couple of times, James. A really dismal turnout. I was talking about it at the top of the stream, and my memories of doing events promotions back in the day and how we just stopped doing shows at the Gold Coast because you just can't get people from the Gold Coast to come out to anything. A really, really just dismal crowd. Jack Bird and JWH will be great teammates. Hopefully they link up with Moylan over in Super League, Vopsy. Yep, 100%. UFC OnlyFans is considering ordering a pizza if Dragons win this by 11-20. Okay, well, they're winning by a bit more than that at the moment. James says Titans need Wally Lewis to up the crowd. Fifth and last here for the Titans. 7 minutes to go. Where's Brimson? Tanner Boyd goes out Brimson's side, but the kick is out too far to Sammy. And Ravalawa takes it in the end goal. 7 tackles set for the Dragons. Oh, and now a spilt ball. Tell me that wasn't Jack Bird. It was Jack Bird. Jack Bird. Tits for hands tonight, Jack Bird. And he drops it on 0 tackle. And here's a chance for the Titans. They get a penalty right out in front for a high shot. For what it's worth on tackle 1. Wasted World of Sports, for those interested in the Rugby Union. Six Nations Rugby doubleheader here tonight on the Wasted World of Sports. Coming up later tonight. I mean, much later. What time is it? Much later. Okay, it's 8:15. 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, in 4 hours' time. In 4 hours' time. Six Nations doubleheader. From dummy half goes Verrills. Verrills is over the line. He's held up. He's held up. 6 minutes to go. No try. He's been held up. Verrills was over the line. I'm pretty sure he's held up, though. Although he's got great position here. Great body position. He's in under the Dragons' defenders, but I think he falls on Jack de Bellin's knee and clearly held up. I should imagine that I'll only do the main card UFC. I think considering that I'm doing Six Nations tomorrow morning, I think just the main card will be more than enough for me. Titans still on the attack here. Can they bag a consolation try? Hopefully through AJ Brimson. If they do. Quick play of the ball. They free it up into midfield. In front of the post. Tackle 4. Couple of meters out from the line. Weaver out to Kelly. Kelly is wrapped up. Fifth and last. Weaver puts it high across field. Ravalawa. Oh, it's off the upright. This could go absolutely anywhere. And the Titans lose the ball over the try line. Lomax gets back into the field of play just to add insult to injury. The Titans had it. It was off the post. It could have gone absolutely anywhere. And they had the ball, the Titans. Cam Pereira loses it over the try line. Dragons come away with it. 4.5 minutes to go. Imagine what the cash out is now. It's probably like 2 cents. It was only a bonus bet. I should have taken the $3, to be honest. Cash out's 1 cent. Cash out right now is literally 1 cent. I should have taken the $3, honestly. It was a bonus bet. Free money. Or not free money, but you know what I mean. Cut out pass. Oh, behind Ravalawa. That would have been interesting to see Ravalawa charging down the sideline, Olam style. But yes, I probably should have taken the $3 on offer on a bonus bet. Flanagan in midfield. Out to Hunt. Sloan gets caught up. This might be a penalty to the Titans. And it is. Obstruction play there from the Dragons. Sloan should have surrendered. Three minutes left. The Dragons have come out and put on an ambush. A Shane Flanagan-led ambush. And I'm so happy to say that I called it. It's probably what I'm most happy about this weekend. Titans have got to score a final point. Okay, so it can be anything. It can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 4. Titans just must score final points, huh? Inside the last 3 minutes of this contest, the Dragons' ambush nearly complete, and the Titans now lose the ball. 77 minutes gone in Super Rugby Pacific. The Reds on the verge of a big upset, leading the Chiefs 25 points to 19. The Titans challenge this call. This might have been their shot, James. This might have been their chance. Knocked on by... Yeah, that's knocked on by Tanner Boyd. It was hoping against hope there from the Titans. Two and a half minutes to go. The Titans will get another shot. Scrum down for the Dragons. 2.5 minutes to go as this game just winds down to its casual end. 2 minutes to go in Super Rugby Pacific. The Reds leading 25-19. Can the Chiefs steal it at the death from the Queensland Reds? Scrum down. Dragons ball. Two minutes to go. The Titans should get one last shot at it. One last set of 6 to get points for James. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow. I'm excited. Wasted World of Sports tomorrow afternoon. Our debut UFC stream. Oh, an early kick on tackle 3. Turning the Titans around. Brimson collects it, but he's tackled in the end goal. And the Dragons will get the ball back. They've put on a clinic here, the Dragons. Yeah, very excited tomorrow. UFC. Going to be very interesting. Stuart Rimbu says, I wasted all my money. Please, Titans, score at least one last try. Oh, they've got to go short, and they do, but it's wrapped up by Lomax, and Lomax nearly squeaks through. The Dragons have it. Where's Ravalawa? Oh, God. Imagine if Ravalawa scores, and then we've got the restart. The Titans go short, restart, and get the ball. I will have a minute to cheer on Brimson. Here they go now. Through the hands. Sloan to Sully. Had Ravalawa outside him. Did not pass. Inside the last minute. Ravalawa's at dummy half. That's not where we want him. And the Dragons have just shut up shop now. What time is the UFC stream tomorrow? Okay, so I'm in Queensland, and I believe it's 2 p.m. Queensland time. So I don't know. That's really unhelpful for people in other time zones, I'm sure. I'll have it set up on the channel. If you subscribe to the channel, I'll have the video up nice and early so that all your local times can be recognized and set. Anyways, I'll actually set the stream up tonight for tomorrow so that everybody's all across what time it's starting. But yes, I'm in Queensland, Australia, and it'll be 2 p.m. for me, I'm pretty sure. And that is game over, and the Dragons' ambush is complete. H. Simon, 1981. Who's everyone's pick for Cowboys Dolphins tomorrow? I've been leaning towards the Dolphins. I'm seriously considering changing my tip to the Cowboys, but I have been leaning towards the Dolphins all week. But as we approach game time, I'm now starting to think Cowboys. I think the Cowboys are going to be a real threat this year. I really do. They will knock some teams. No, when I say threat, I don't mean to win the competition. I just mean they are going to knock some teams off this year. they'll spring some upsets this year for sure, the Cowboys. At the moment, though, I've still tipped the Dolphins. I've still gone Dolphins, but I may change my mind and go for the Cowboys. Now, I realise I'm sitting on the fence there full-time in Super Rugby Pacific, and we have another upset. 25 points to 19. The Queensland Reds have defeated the Chiefs. 2 upsets in Super Rugby. The Fijian Drua defeated the Crusaders earlier today, and now the Reds have upset the Chiefs 25 points to 19. Super Rugby Pacific has been turned on its head in season 2024. I mean, the Rebels are second on the table at the moment, for Christ's sake. That says all you need to know about Super Rugby Pacific in season 2024. The team that's going out of business, the team that won't be around next season, that's going into administration, the Melbourne Rebels, are currently second on the table. I don't know if they still are after that game, but crazy. All right, Wasted World of Sports, thank you so much for your company here. A double header in the NRL, where we saw the Parramatta Eels put on a clinic to defeat the Bulldogs. And as I predicted, and I'm very happy to say that I predicted, the Dragons have ambushed the Gold Coast Titans. And that's a great, great win for me in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. The Wasted World of Sports tipping contest, which is, of course, free to join on the NRL.com website. Who's Your Caddy says, first my Warriors and now the mighty Chiefs. What's going on? The Chiefs falling to the Reds. Incredible stuff. So, NRL.com, if you're part of the tipping contest over there, search Wasted World of Sport. I don't know if you can do it this way, honestly. But Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. Hang on. Do I have it on the screen somewhere? It's been floating around in the chat room anyway. Tipping comp. Here we go. There we go. There's a QR code. Well, that's not really helpful for people who are watching on their phones and can't scan the QR code, is it? All right, so Wasted World of Sports tipping contest on NRL.com. There is a QR code there for people who are able to scan the code. Otherwise, there is a code to join. And what is it? It's V8M7YLEZ. So there we go. Tipping.nrl.com with the join code there, or scan the QR code. Completely free to join if you're on the NRL.com. Oh, there we go. Perfect timing from the bot. There's the link in the chat room. Wasted World of Sports free tipping contest. Challenge the tips against the rest of the chat room and the rest of the crew. Okay, Wasted World of Sports, thank you so much for your company for this one. I'll be back in about 4 hours' time for the Six Nations Rugby doubleheader, and then we'll be back tomorrow for the UFC. Thank you so much for joining me for this one. It was a fantastic Super Saturday of NRL action. I've really enjoyed myself. I hope that you guys have too. And I'll catch you guys next time. Yes, until then, thank you so much. And cheers.
World of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.